4 nights into this first night series of the year, the action has been frenetic. Nice weather tonight, so I'm happy about that. I think Rugby CC, they'll appreciate it as well. They'll be back. They're taking on the Bavarians. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big night in European cricket. It is night 5 here in Gibraltar. So there's 10 nights of these qualifying games. The 11th night is a kind of day-night fixture next Sunday. It will be finals time here at the Rock. So we do have 2 matches tonight. It's going to be match 9 and 10. So match 9 coming up first. It's Bavaria taking on Rugby CC in Monday night cricket. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters out in the middle with the 2 captains.
Rugby the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
We'll bowl first.
They're going to bowl.
So it is Bavaria that win the toss and they elect to bowl. Samath Boda leading Bavaria tonight. No Paddy Hatchman in the lineup, but they still do have Rick, and he is a bit of a unit. He's a bit of a game changer as well. Bavaria also have the services of Sam Houghton, who won't be here the whole time because he has to get back to Croatia. But while he's available, he's a very important player. Expect him to bat in the top order, and he guided them home for their 1 win the other night. They split their series against Sloggers in what was a pretty entertaining game. Watch out for Jamie Riley as well. He's a year older than last time we saw him here in the night series, and he's come on a long way. I've really been impressed with his batting and expect him to open the bowling first up with his left armers. I think he's probably going to run into Ian Latine, who seemed a little bit out of sorts for Rugby CC. The skipper, in their first 2 games, they weren't able to pick up a point against the Pirates. In fact, no, they picked up 1 solitary point, but they weren't able to pick up a win. That's what I'm trying to say. But, you know, Ian, it's a matter of time, I think, until he gets some runs in this series. He scored more than 900 of them last year. So another big in for the Rugby CC guys tonight is Julian Fraioni. He's a guy, he's played a fair bit of national team cricket, and I think he'll bring a lot of experience to this unit. They really do need to get moving sooner rather than later, Rugby CC. Let's talk weather tonight. Well, it is quite nice out here. I've got to say, the sun just going down as we speak. It's about 15 degrees, a light breeze, but nothing too sinister at all. So fingers crossed we'll have some pretty nice weather here on night 5. Also got a pretty nice guest in the commentary box. You'll hear from him pretty shortly, but for now, let's go up with the news from the toss in match number 9. That Bavaria, they won the toss and they've sent in Rugby CC. Let's see if it pays off. So I want to say a big hello once again from the central commentary position, and a big hello to everyone who's watching in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. So that Dave B is in there. Cosmic Nana watching from the USA, and Rob Thompson from New Zealand. So, well, literally people scattered all around the world. Got Kroom in there as well from the UK. So drop us a line and say hi. I've got a bit of company here as well tonight. Chris Smith is in there as well as John Gray. Here last night we saw Tarek taking on Pirates in a double-header, matches 7 and 8, and Tarek just blew the Pirates away. They couldn't stay on board, could they? As Burns and Hillman put on 148 without losing a wicket, and the fact that there was no Louis Bruce didn't really make too much of a difference because they only needed the 2 batters there. And then Pirates made 88 for 4 in their 10 overs. It wasn't good enough to get a point, so Tarek took all 4 there. And kind of similar story in the second game of the night as well, with Tarek scoring 137 this time. They did lose 5 wickets, including 3 early ones, but Mirpuri played one of his best innings to date, well, certainly his best on ECN, 63 off 26, and Avinash Pai helping out with 48 as well. Despite the efforts of Reyes, who took 3 wickets, it was enough to get the win. Although I will say Pirates did manage to get a point out of that second game. So that's how it looks at the moment. Bavaria and Rugby CC playing tonight. So actually, after tonight, all of the teams will have played half of their allocated matches. And you can see why it's important that Rugby CC get going, because only 4 of those 5 teams will make finals, which is next Sunday. Of course, the top 2 get the double chance. So Bavaria winning the toss, So no Paddy Hatchman in the first game. I do expect him to be back for the second game. So it's Samarth Boda that leads them out. And I mentioned Rick Hatchman in the introduction. But one player that I think will want to step up tonight is Gideon Crichton, who had a brilliant series last year. And one thing about Bavaria, they've got a father and son combination in there as well in the Rileys. Ian Latine and Marples listed to open. And we'll say that I think probably see Ataloya Adateo up the top. If I could pick the order, he batted pretty well the other night, scoring a 50. Bavaria and Rugby, kind of a coin toss really. Bavaria's slight underdogs, but only slight. And I suppose you'll see that toing and froing as this game progresses. Really entertaining so far here in Gibraltar. But I will say as well, Rugby CC, when they played the other night against Sloggers, it was kind of end of the world conditions, I would have described it. And tonight, it's beautiful. So they certainly have earned it. And it is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, taking over from Rico and Charlie in Cyprus today. I've got a special guest as well. And it's my pleasure to welcome back to the commentary box, actually, because it's not his first time, but we have taken him off the ski fields for this. It's none other than Turek, young gun and all-round superstar, Louis Bruce. Louis, welcome.
Evening, Vinny. Evening, everyone.
Welcome back to the commentary box. We've done a bit together, haven't we? And
yeah.
You missed last night's games because you were skiing. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. I was on the chat as well. Just popping in and out, saying hello.
But welcome to where the real magic happens, hey? And we'll ask you about your skiing in a minute. But any questions you got for Louis the Bruce, please put them in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We love that interaction. Robots in there as well. Chris Pyle up to the stumps first up. The keepers have been very good so far. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Chris came over just at the end of the summer. Hillman as well. They've been brilliant for us.
Here we go with night 5. It's a pretty good start from Jamie Riley, but it's the thick inside edge that runs away for 4. And in these conditions, I'm expecting maybe some big runs tonight. I don't think there'll be as much wobble for the bowlers. And that ball really flew to the rope pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the change of balls, so obviously last time we played here was the Kookaburra ball, but the new Grizzly balls, they fly a lot off the bat a lot more, so.
And that's true. Yeah, we have now fully made the switch to the Grizzly Bear balls, and I just think they're a bit harder. They keep their shape a bit more, and that's why they really do fly. We've seen the scores. Yeah, the scores have been going through the roof, including a 257 in one innings in Barcelona late last year. Well bowled by Riley, and I talked about Riley a bit in the introduction. His batting's come a long way as well. Always kind of had a good technique ever since I met him a couple of years ago, but he's just put on a bit more size now, and he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, his bowling's come on loads as well. I mean, just as an overall player, he's been fielding in key positions over this series as well, from what I've seen. So as an overall player, he's improved massively. Coming over the wicket now, change of angle to Ian.
Yeah, interesting. Latine just works this away for 1. He'll certainly want to step up tonight. It wasn't easy conditions for anyone, to be honest. When Rugby CC were last out there, and in one innings he got one that kept a little bit low and trapped him LBW. A few questionable things about Jamie's haircut at the moment, about whether the lights were off when the barber went to work on him. But
bit harsh.
Harsh but fair, I think. I'm not just saying that because I don't have much hair. This one kind of locks up. Adateo Adaloy, who almost gets run out there. That's slightly lazy running from the opener, Teo.
He controlled it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he did cop a nasty blow in the ribs the other night. Don't know if you saw that one. It was his partner that whacked it back at him on a cold night, and there was just no chance he'd get out of the way. It was probably one of the hardest hit balls all night, and he wore it. But he's got a bruise. I'll have to check.
Nice mark.
Yeah, that's nicely worked away this time. Latine will enjoy this one. It gets him up and going, and Riley just getting a little bit too straight to the opener. And 2 boundaries. Pretty bright start this for Rugby CC.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it in the opening. It's only a matter of time, really, until Ian comes good in this tournament. He scored enough runs last tournament to show everyone, so it's really only a matter of time until he piles them on soon. So hopefully this could be the start for him.
Yeah, it's a good start, but it's just a start at the moment. Riley has been a bit of a weapon with the new ball. Now this is in the air, and it's going to beat the fielder. That's going to be 4. So he gets the placement. The fielder was a little bit crept around there at mid-off. So a 3rd boundary. This is turning into a very productive first over.
Yeah, it didn't look like he timed that too well. But again, you know, we talked about it before, the change of balls and everything. They fly a bit more. So
They sure do, and it's the end of the first over, so 15 without loss after one. Rugby CC only with a solitary point in the competition. And Louis, you might not be familiar, but you might be, because I know you've been watching. We've got the expected score from the super duper computer now, so it's saying about 117. I think that would be a fairly challenging chase for Bavaria. 35 days, and it's exactly 5 weeks until the ECL. Now, you've played in the ECL before, and I think you played twice in the ECL. You played for Gibraltar Giants in 22, you played for Lathbury Lightning in 23. I know we probably won't see you in the ECL this year, but it's a special tournament, isn't it?
it is. I mean, you know, it's a really good experience to be up there, and it's really well organised and everything. So I found the tournament really fun on both occasions. Yeah,
and we were talking about your last ball heroics the other day as well against the Swiss side, Alton, who will be back as Adaloya hits Crichton down the ground for one first up. Mark Gowers does the fielding, and he's a big in for Bavaria, isn't he, Mark?
He is, yeah, massive. I mean, he offers loads with the bat and the ball. It gives them an extra bowling option. And with Paddy not in the 11 tonight, or at least for the first game, I think, gives them a very good batting option.
He's a good in. You mentioned that he actually ran a marathon not too long ago. That's pretty interesting. Right. So on target, Latine. He's always, I suppose, trying to preserve his wicket as well as trying to score. Because I think historically he's been so important for their batting. So you can understand that. So I do feel if you bowl well to him, that you can kind of frustrate him a little bit.
Yeah.
And Crichton's the kind of guy, he's had a lot of success.
I think it's really good. Really good with the keeper standing up for Crichton. I think it makes a massive difference.
We used to call it the kind of like strangling cricket when I was playing. We employed it a lot. Just keeps the batter in the crease, makes him feel a bit claustrophobic. As this gets whacked through the covers, but fielded by the acting captain, Sammy Boda. Yeah, so also you get a few LBWs because the batter is generally staying in the crease. So if they do get in the pad, there's less distance between them and the stump. So it's just also about just making the batter generally feel uncomfortable.
It's good field placement from Captain Samath there, putting himself out of deep cover.
Yeah. Maybe trying to... Whoa. Well, that one's gotten away. It's actually pretty good keeping from Pyle. This is just a genuine slip out of the hand from Crichton. And, they don't teach you this in keeping school, tell you that much, but he's done very well. He's actually saved 3 runs, but we do have a free hit coming up.
Yeah, he's got a hand on it, so save the buys.
Got some questions coming in. I did put it out in the chat to send in your questions for Louis Bruce, and we'll try and get to some of those. Louis will be with me at least for the first part of the night. All right, so what's your strategy here? You're an opener, you're facing Crichton, free hit.
Smack it. You could walk out the crease.
Yeah, that's true as well. Right, he goes up and over backward point, and this one's going to fly. It'll go all the way for 4. So Adaloya just stands and delivers. I don't mind that either. And he could have charged, but I like that he kind of stands still and actually looked at the ball. And then, yeah, it's revolutionary, but it's a good tactic. 4 runs.
He's hit it in the right place. That's the key to it, really. You know, sometimes you get a bit carried away with a free hit, just try and slog it on the leg side. But he's played a good cricket shot just up and over backward there. So
reminds me of Super Mario when you were flashing, you couldn't be out. Or you couldn't die. That's kind of what it makes me think of. Anyway, Crichton is going to get hit up in the air, and this one is really, really motoring. It's going to go off the hands of Gowers and go over for 6. I do think it already stepped out, but, well, he knocks it back for a touchback. How'd you see this one, Louis?
Yeah, I think he was on the rope already, but just tipped it over the bar at the end. Again, he hasn't timed that. Yeah, it's just over there. But he hasn't timed it, so it just shows that when you can get it up and over, make sure you get your worth in the power play.
Made it. Beautiful view of the sunset there as well, to that side.
Yeah.
As well. Oh, that's a little edge, and that's going to fly away for. Well, there's Karina. Now, Karina's been a pretty good fielder. I've seen her warming up, and she gets into the action as well next to camera 4. That's one thing. I mean, you've opened the batting a lot. We've seen that. Yes, how well you bat is a big factor, but also you need that little bit of luck sometimes, don't you? And
you do, yeah.
Teo gets it there, and it takes us to the end of the second over. 15 off that one, 230 without loss after 2. Tarek, your team at the top of the ladder, so you must be feeling pretty good about that. 3 and 1, and yeah, the new bonus point system's kind of thrown an extra element into some of these games as well.
It has, yeah. We were talking about it the other night. It's really big now to actually finish a game comprehensively, because you don't realise how much worth it gives you in terms of point-wise. So all of a sudden a 2-point win becomes a 4-point win, and
Yeah,
you've just made up 2
gain
games
on
from
the
one.
other team. Yeah, exactly. As long as we're getting an outright win in
Yeah.
no longer form of the game. Rick Hatchman comes on in over number 3, last power play over, and we'll get a single first up. Okay, here's some questions coming in for you, Louis, and yeah, the first one comes from Kevin, who's watching from the UK, and he says, well, along with ECN, what cricket games get played here in Gibraltar, and when is the season? Is it up and running now? So maybe you can tell us a little bit about, after this ball, about how cricket is going on here at the moment. Good old-fashioned heave from Aditeo Ataloy, and he sends back Latine.
So yeah, I mean, cricket in Gibraltar, much like I'd imagine quite a few countries in Europe, it goes on all year really. We're blessed with this weather all year. I know sometimes you guys see the worst of it.
We bring the rain.
Yeah, ECM
when
bring
we
the rain
come.
and the wind.
But it's great. Not many places in the world you can play 12 months of the year. So I think
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. Here's Hatchman again, a little bit short. Ataloy once again picks out the field of this Sam Houghton.
Yeah, so we have, obviously we have the ECN at the start of the year. That's been happening for a while now. Then we have our midweek league in sort of during the summer. That's for any more casual cricket player that just wants to have some fun during the summer.
Yeah, so that's the one thing that surprised me. You've got the social league as well,
Yeah.
which I think is really great.
Good ball,
Keeping, I
Marquette.
think he stays home.
Yeah, that's a massive part. Again, for Gibraltar that hasn't got a massive population, it's all about encouraging new players to join and trying to grow this community. I just see really good glove work there from Pyle. He's been brilliant behind the stumps this competition.
Sure has. Yeah, I've really enjoyed the keeper's work so far. Okay, and then you've got, of course, the GPL, don't you? Which is
Yeah.
the feeder competition for the ECL. So Calpe Giants won that
Yeah.
previous edition, and that's why they're in the ECL. So how does the GPL work? What's the format and how often do you play?
That is a 4-team T20 competition. Typically it's been done using a draft, so captains will draft their teams. I think there's a change this year, but it's been done just to even out teams.
This is hit, and hit pretty well just over the outstretched hand of the mid-off, and Ataloy gets 4. So he's got a bit of a heater so far. You can certainly see what Teo's up there to do. He's up there
Yeah.
to swing the bat, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, I mean, the expected score, I don't know what it is here, 123. I think that could go up depending on how long these two stay together, because, I
Yeah.
mean, as long as they stay together, the run rate could climb and climb even
Interesting,
further.
if they went at this rate, they get 138, but the expected is 126. So obviously,
It's factoring.
if they were to lose a wicket or two,
Yeah.
which is a possibility at some point. Wow, that's a shot and a half as he goes to the leg side, and he makes the ball disappear. Maximo Hatchman gets whacked out of the ground last ball, and yeah, well, I like consistency. You know what we've had so far? 15, 15, 15 in the power play, 45 without loss after 3. So all you mathematicians out there, you can probably verify. Well, I thought we had, I thought it was 30 after 2, so I've just completely made a meal of what I just said. I was ball behind. But anyway,
Good power play, though.
the
Really
total
good
is
power
correct,
play.
45 after 3. Okay, so yeah, that GPL, I know that kind of resumed after there was a period where there really wasn't any cricket played here in Gibraltar, right?
So, yeah, I mean, that was when this ground was being redone, really. So, this is all obviously a new complex, been built, not recently, but a few years back. And during that period, you know, a lot of the Gibraltar players would go up to Cartama, where the
course.
ECL and ECC are
It's
hosted.
only about an hour away, just over an hour away.
So
right?
we'd play a lot of cricket up there.
Yeah, there's a bit of a connection between the two locations as Latine goes uppercut behind point. Crichton comes back, just kind of swings onto the bat of Ian Latine, who gets 4. Nice shot. And it's a very, very different looking in we're seeing tonight. Very confident into his work
Yep. It's
and timing the ball very nicely. Yeah, you might not know this, but I actually have a guy I grew up playing cricket with from probably when I was 13 in Australia. Played with him all the way through into my 20s. And I still see him now and then when I go back. He's actually played here before,
Oh, really?
but before this the stadium was built.
Oh,
So yeah, as he described it, it was kind of just
on
kind of
the
dirt.
gravel.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
gravel, right? And actually, when I first looked at it on Google Maps as well, that's what it looks like. It's probably been updated now. So I was enjoying telling him he should
Yeah.
see it now. It's something else.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would have been fun for you guys to come and host a series on that. It would have been quite the scene.
We've seen a few things. 50's up, the 50 partnership for Rugby As Ataloya will get a single here. And yeah, I think I had more questions about your connection with Gibraltar. Obviously, we see you're playing for the Gibraltarian national team and obviously often playing here, but I know you also sometimes play in the UK. So where do you typically spend most of your time and play most of your cricket? Maybe you can tell us after this ball from Crichton. Down the leg side, and Latine cashes in. And he's going to get the distance as well. Maximo moves into the 20s. Crichton just losing his line there. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about your connection with this part of the world.
Well, I'm born and raised in Gib for 18 years. Yeah, I've lived here the whole time, but now I'm in university in the UK in Sussex. So I spend the majority of my time there, though I have had quite a long Christmas holiday.
Yeah.
But I spend the majority of my time there now. But whenever Gibraltar are playing games or anything like this,
That's great that you're born and raised here. It's a tough tape for the keeper. In fact, he won't be able to get near it. Even Pyle, who is a pretty handy keeper, that's going to creep into the bottom right-hand corner. Bit of an own goal, if you will, from Crichton, and bonus runs for Rugby CC. And yeah, the extras, obviously, one thing we talk about a lot on ECN because they're so important in this form of the game. They have been much better, I think, this year. Maybe partly that's conditions. A lot of the games have been played in better conditions, but I think the standard of bowling's gone up. That one kind of stuck out from Gideon. Anyway, I want to make up for it. 2 to come in the 4th over. 18 works off the back foot, can't beat the fielder. Good bit of work there. Okay, so yeah, born and raised. I mean, we met now 2 years ago. I remember meeting you 2 years ago, and it's funny how time flies in a way, but we feel like we get to know you quite well. How much do you enjoy having the ECN here for the night series? It's the 3rd time we've been able to do it, and obviously we really enjoy coming here. Nice ball for Crichton. He's lifted up and out of the ground. Latine goes large. Maximo! And the run rate, if anything, it's going up. 68 without loss after 4. So yeah, night series, ECN. I love it. I think it's a great way to start the season.
Exactly that. I think it's great. And you say start the season, it's perfect for us. It gives us something in January. End of the season, usually in Gibraltar, we're looking to finish in late October, early November. So it gives people a nice break in November, December, and we start back up in January, fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful part of the world, obviously, with this so much water around, and you can see the sun setting, or it's actually just set, so you see the sky turning dark at the moment. So I've got more questions coming in. Dave B had a question asking, do you live on the rock? Well, probably not literally on the rock, but I think you just explained that one, that you're born, you're raised here, but at the moment you're going to uni in the UK.
Yeah.
This is going to be a wide. This time Pyle will get a piece of it and prevent an extra run. So thanks for your question, Dave. Rob had a question here. Hey, Louis, where do you go skiing there? Because, yeah, I can't remember a player missing a game because they went skiing before. So that was the first in almost 5,000 matches. So, yeah, tell us. Because I wasn't really aware it was possible here. As Gowes has been entered into the attack. That lawyer pulls him down the ground, just a single down to Jamie Riley.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not the best thing for a cricketer to do with all the injuries that could come off it, but it was the little brother's birthday weekend, so we decided to go away, just 3.5 hours up the road.
Just 3.5 hours?
Yeah, long drive, but...
That's something a Perth person would say where I'm from. That's just a short drive to find another location. Oh, no, that's gone straight through Rick Hatchman. He left the mousetrap open and, well, might have just grazed the undercarriage that went through. That's a bit of a blooper for Rick.
Yeah. So it happens, but this, to be fair...
Could have been worse, just ask Richie Cunningham.
Oh, true.
Who actually did a webbing in that position the other night. That's kind of the twilight zone. This one was heading down leg side, but it'll be a dot that's stolen. Yeah, so tell us your little brother's name and how old did he turn?
So Alex has just turned 6.
Right, so he's
Saturday.
quite a little brother.
Yeah, quite. So I have a 6-year-old brother, and then Matty is 10 years old.
Right.
Or
they're all born
going
here.
To be 10 in August.
They're all born here in Gib.
They were born in Spain.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, no, born in Gib but raised in Spain.
Gotcha. All right, high. Who can get it? Anyone? Well, keeper wants it, Pyle. In fact, he won't be able to locate it. And these are so much harder than they look. He's under the lid, and he just doesn't have a reference point there. So Pyle looked a little bit like he was coming home from the pub at 4 in the morning here, and in the end, he just can't find the drop zone. Not a great feeling.
Yeah, I don't think you realise when you see it on camera, but up here the ball swells so much when it goes straight up in the air, because obviously there's just nothing around really. It's just all wind, so just spirals and spirals.
Tell you what, Gals might be in a slightly cranky frame of mind after the misfielded 4, and then had missed opportunity, and now he's going to get jinked away. There's James Riley, the father of Jamie Riley. Well, at least make a partial stop and keep it to 1. Yeah, so yeah, those high balls, they always look easy on TV, don't they? But
yeah.
I know with the temperature drop, which is quite significant after the sun goes down here, that the temperature heads south pretty quickly, doesn't it? And then, yeah, even tonight, I wouldn't call tonight a windy night, but there is some wind, isn't there? And it kind of swirls around.
Again, anytime the ball goes up in the air here, it's always going to swell a little bit, just because of the nature of where the ground is.
Nice pulley over. Oh, this is close. Not so sure that the foot ever comes up from Latine, but we'll check it out on the replay thanks to Spring Media. Does kind of sneak out. He knew that he'd missed it and got it back just in time. So Latine survives. Sharp bit of work from Pyle, but he can't get the victim in the end. That'll be the end of 5 overs, and the score is 76 without loss. So, yeah, as far as the skiing you're talking about, and that is the Sierra Nevada. Is that where you go?
Yeah.
And so what, do your little brothers, they all like to ski as well? And how's your 6-year-old Alex go?
Well, I mean, he's just learning, bless him. So, you know, starting off, I think this is his second time skiing, but, you know, trying to get into it a bit more consistently, because it's the sort of thing where you have to just be consistent at it, and the more you do it, the better you get at it.
I said this last night, I've only ever been once. I was 12, and we spent 3 weeks in New Zealand on a school trip.
Right.
And it was awesome.
Yeah.
But I was kind of king of the beginner slope. Like, I wasn't quite good enough to go on the intermediate with confidence. I seem to be good at moving, but not great at stopping. Anyway, here's Bodo, who's come in for the first time over number 6, and now he's disappearing just as fast. Oh, that's a shot from Ataloya, who's made a very good start to this tournament. Maximo! And Ataloya played a decent level of cricket in Nigeria. Yeah. And yeah, I always like to see the way he goes about it. Seems to play the game the right way. He's a bit of a character.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's very positive as well with the way he goes about it. And you can just see by the way he bats, really, and plays his cricket, he's a very positive character.
It's his job to kind of give him a good start in the power play, and then anything else is a bonus. So he kind of probably doesn't feel too much pressure at this stage. You know, he's just going out there playing his shots. Obviously, he's doing a very good job for his team at the moment. More questions coming in. And Sada has a question. Sada, hello to you. Nice to have you with us. He wants to know, what do you enjoy more, batting, bowling, or fielding it long on? Yeah, typically you do field down the ground. Well, tough one, isn't it?
I always enjoy batting more. There's nothing more satisfying than hitting a ball. I mean,
it's also kind of the most pressure, I think, when you're batting, because one mistake, there's big consequences. Boda bowls well to Latine, who just gets a single here. But having said that, I think it's great that you're a triple threat. You know, we've seen you at even the kind of the next level up, I suppose, which for you guys is the ECL, doing really good things with the bat and the ball. And yeah, fielding's so important though, isn't it? I've really noticed in my 3 years full-time working with European cricket how much the fielding has improved just across the board. Deloya gets a shorter, slower delivery. It's James Riley Sr. that does the fielding, keeps it to 1. So, for example, we saw a catch kind of go down there, so to speak. How do you deal with that as a fielder? So you just, is it possible to forget it? Everyone will tell you just forget it, but I mean,
yeah, that's the cliche,
said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the cliche. Just sort of on to the next one. You know, it takes a bit of sort of developing that mental strength.
All right, high, really, really high. Nervous moments for Latine, and he's going to have to go. Nicely taken down there by Jamie Riley. And we just talked about it, didn't we? You know, the pressure of the fielding, the high ball there. Latine's a big fish, but he goes for 34. Good start to this game for Rugby CC with this opening partnership ending at 85 for 1.
Yeah, that was hit high as well. It's a really good catch at long on. I mean, we were just talking about it before. You know, you just got to. You can say just put it out of your mind. It's sort of the way you have to do it, because the ball's going to come to you again. You can't just let that affect you for the next one.
Yeah.
But Jamie's done really well there. That's gone really high for me. And
get a look at him here. You see, he spots it straight away. Has to come to his right a little bit, and he takes it in a pressure position. So it's good to see him. He's a youngster. He's not quite 17 at the moment. So, yeah, he's probably, when I met him, he's probably age you were when I first met you. And so he's probably a year or two behind you in his development, but he's turning into a very, very good player. Also played a few games with him for Costa del Sol, which was a good chance to see him close up. And even, with his batting, you can tell the technique's there, but now there's a little bit of that power coming in, which makes him a bit more dangerous in this form of the game.
Exactly.
Where you got to pull out those big shots. Fraione is into the team tonight, and he survives his first ball. It's a pretty good run from Boda. Well, does he survive? He does. No run there. That'll be the end of the over, and Boda breaks this opening partnership at the end of 6 overs. It's 85 for 1. So how about your bowling? So we talked about your batting, talked about the fielding a little bit, but with the bowling, I mean, we've seen you bowling kind of either end of the innings. Do you prefer to bowl at a certain time in this form of the game? Or?
I mean, in T10 cricket, I quite enjoy the challenge of bowling overs 8 and 10 at the back end. I quite enjoy having to think my way through because I'm not express pace or anything like that, so I try and think my way through those situations a bit.
Gowes, well, he hasn't had too much luck. He might have walked under a ladder on the way to the ground, maybe a couple, and kicked a black cat as well, because that's going to be edged away for 4. And just everything running Rugby CC. Even with that wicket of Latine, scoring rate not slowing down. They move up to 89.
Yeah, 89 for 1 now. But again, everything can change in a T10 innings. I remember we were 83 for 1 after 5 in our first game.
Yeah,
we ended up
right.
93 at the end of 10. So anything can happen.
You're exactly right. You can hit the wall at any time.
Well bowled.
This one doesn't miss by much. Bavaria living dangerously. Well, I've got a very important question here from Avinash Pai, who is he the captain or are you the captain this year of Tarek?
He is.
He is. He just opening night. You had the reins. Okay. But he wants to know, will you score some runs on Wednesday?
Hopefully. I mean,
That's
we can only hope.
Next set of games, right, on Wednesday?
Yeah. So I think we play rugby. Yeah. So you can only hope for some runs on your given day. But again, we said it earlier, anything can happen.
Yeah. That's the fun of it, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's a lawyer. Push and get a single. Not known for running particularly quick. I feel this might have been out as well. He didn't get the bat down in time, but he's golden at the moment. Teo.
Living a charmed life.
I've got a question for you. Just throw it out. What's the most funny or unusual thing that's happened to you on a cricket field? Because you've played a bit of cricket now. I'll give you mine. Like, we once got interrupted by a swarm of bees in a first grade game.
You might have to give me a bit of time to think.
Okay.
To think that one up.
I'll let you sit in it for a little while. I mean, yeah, everyone was talking tough. Like, it was quite a nasty. Oh, I say nasty. Quite a competitive game. I was batting at the time, and then when these suddenly everyone wasn't so brave. We hit the ground and prayed. Got him, and Fraione is going to go for a duck. And Gowes will finally have something go his way and says, sometimes if you got to do a job, you do it yourself. So 1 brings 2. No luck for Julian on his entry to the tournament. 91 for 2.
Yeah, just plays across the line really is, again, this pitch keeps a bit low in comparison to quite a few AstroTurfs you might see around Europe, but you got to try and just hit straight as much as you can on this one really.
Dave
It's unlucky.
has a question as we see Derek. A bit disappointed the other night on night 2 here actually, because it was Peacock Friday, and we now have a Peacock Friday Derek, but there were no ducks on Friday night.
That's a big shame.
So yeah, that is a shame, but hey, we still have another Friday here, so don't worry about that. So Dave's question is, how do you pronounce Gowes? Well, around here people just call him Gowes, but I think if you would do the correct pronunciation, it's more of a Gowes or a Gowes.
I have no idea, because it's an African name.
Yeah, but so I'll kind of go with the way everyone says it here.
Yeah, Gowes.
So I don't stick out. Well, Gowes almost gets clotheslined by the umpire. You might want to just check out his affairs if he's going to get in the way of the big man. Anyway, quite sure that was a dead ball. There's some good questions coming in. Hopefully you can stay around. You can stay around for the second half of this game, can't you?
Yeah.
Louis, we'll get to these when we can. Advani comes out at 4 for rugby. Oh, that's pretty close. Yeah, that's got to go as well. I think that was back leg, and it's right in front. And Advani is going to go without scoring as well. So Gowes is on a hat-trick. And how quickly your night can turn around. Suddenly, it's Mark Gowes that can't do anything wrong.
Well,
it's 91 for 3.
Exactly. We were saying at the start, you know, the score can fly up even further, but then As I just mentioned earlier, you could just get a roll of wickets here and all of a sudden run rate slows down and you're really down under.
Yeah, you said it, didn't you? I mean, I think it might have been 6 wickets for 8 you lost the other night.
Yeah.
And someone just takes something to spark it. And, well, Golden Derek is going to come. He's a relative of the original Derek you saw just there. And so Advani gets a good one first up. I mean, sometimes for all the variation, all those things, just keep it simple. I mean, that kind of ball, full and it stops, especially to a new batter.
Yeah.
It's a good place to be. And Advani has to walk back just as quick as he walked out there.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, Gowes gets a bit of in-swing as well, at least on that delivery. So, you know, if anyone's tempted to hit across the line, here we have the hat trick, the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well, we might have had some training today where a couple of hat tricks taken,
Yeah,
but we
true.
won't go into that.
We could.
We actually had a bit of fun today in the indoor nets. Something I've really enjoyed about the night series is doing a bit of work in the morning, then in the afternoon having a bit of a run around, which was quite fun. Sometimes it was frustrating, but we won't go into that.
I think I took 2 hat tricks.
Yeah, took 2 hat tricks, did you? That's pretty good.
You probably took about 100.
Had 1 for 1,000. Anyway, here we go. Hat trick ball, and it's not a hat trick, but Gowes. Now he pulls his figures out of the fire in the end, doesn't he?
Yeah.
2 for 14 of his 2, and that's the end of 7, and it's 91 for 3. And just a reminder to all of our great viewers out there, that's not just Gibraltar that's on at the moment. We have Cyprus as well. Now, Royal CC will play for the first time on ECN tomorrow as a standalone club. They're taking on the Punjab Lions. That's a pretty tough one first up. Punjab Lions are a very strong side there in Cyprus. Amdoc's taking on Black Caps in the afternoon. The Lions and Black Caps had a really good mini-series this morning. Amdoc's also looked pretty decent in the afternoon. So you can join Rico and Charlie tomorrow, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and it's 12:15 in India. And Cyprus gives you 4 games a day. We'll give you 2. So yeah, it's really nice. We've got day and night cricket at the moment. I'm just checking because it might be Charlie's day off tomorrow, so I'll let you know. Anyway, Sammy Boda comes back in over number 8. That lawyer has been starved to the strike a little bit lately. Lost a couple of partners at the other end. And there's been a few hijinks between the stumps with Teo there at the moment. I can tell you that Charlie is off tomorrow. Thought so. So it's just Rico tomorrow. Rico sends his regards, by the way. He spent a bit of time here before.
Thanks, Rico. Hope you're well in Cyprus if you're watching.
He's lurking a fair bit.
Good
Probably
lurker.
eating his dinner as well. Well bowled by Boda. Not a bad spot to Athaloya, who sometimes likes to try and muscle it to mid-on, and it's not an easy ball to go fetch. Sammy looks in good shape as well.
Yeah.
Very injured for someone that's only, I think, 21 years of age or something like that. But he looks in as good a shape as I've ever seen him.
He's had his injury problems, but I mean, he's worked so hard on his fitness recently. I mean, you see it, it's all paid off.
You can really tell. This one is hit leg side, and that's going to be 50 for Athaloya. He brings up the milestone in 25 balls, just a fraction short. You talked about this pitch. It's quite a slow pitch.
Yeah.
It's quite a new pitch. And you can see Teo raises the bat for the second time in the series. And he's been the spark, hasn't he, for Rugby CC tonight?
Yeah, he's been brilliant. I mean, he's started the innings perfectly for them. And then he's, as you said earlier, anything that he does from there on is just a bonus. So if he can keep going here, get them up to a good score, that is a really good night out for him.
Slow ball. Bowls that one pretty well, actually, Samarth. I don't think Athaloya really picked it. Another question here from the chat asking, Louis, what are your aspirations for your career in cricket? Where would you like to go with your cricket?
Well, as high as possible, really. But for me, it's all about trying to be the best I can be. And I think wherever you go, your sort of ability as a player will speak volumes. So for me, it's about not perfecting the game, but getting it as good a shape as I can.
It's a really good attitude, I think. Nice take from Pyle this time, but it will be called a wide. Not a bad spot to miss, really, to Athaloya. So good evening to Chris Ward, who popped into the chat as well. And keep the questions coming. I think everyone's enjoying the interaction we've got tonight with Louis Bruce. And we're getting lots of great feedback. A lot of our viewers just discussing internally how good the standard has become here in Gibraltar compared to a year or two ago.
As you say it.
Well, I hope he's all right. That's gone up, and I'm not quite sure where it's hit him. He's got the helmet on. I think he might have hit the head with the bat. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, he has, but he's all right. Whew. Hazard of the job, and lawyer. Well, that's another good reason to wear the helmet if you're up to the thumbs. I can't seen that happen very often. Never happened
I've
to me,
I've
and I'm
never
glad
seen
it
that
never
happen
did.
before.
On the follow-through.
I think it's new rules though that you have to wear helmets. I think we've seen a couple jump up. I know Avinash got hit in the head.
Trust me,
the
I've
other
seen a
day.
few things. It's a good rule, even if it's a bit uncomfortable. Anyway, trip to the dentist averted, and that's Lawyer. Well, this time he hits the ball. It's a better strategy into the back of the net. Maximo. Well, he hits the nog and then he hits the ball, moves to 57. And Rugby CC with Teo there, building a healthy score in the first innings of the night.
I think you should get extra points for getting it through the rugby post.
That's actually gone into 2 goals, which is not easy.
Well,
so 102
that's
for 3
even more. That's even more runs then.
after it. I think I was talking about last night. We used to have inter-house cricket at my school, which when we had 10 houses, so there'd be 5 games. And sometimes the teachers umpiring these, they didn't necessarily know all the rules or know how to umpire a cricket match. One of the umpires would let us use the brand new ball to warm up with, which was great, and then we won the toss, batted, and put on a bunch of runs. There were also pretty small boundaries, and sometimes the rugby goals were on the field or just off the field. And he used to give us, well, he gave us 9 if we hit it over between the goals and above the crossbar. He said 6 for the shot, 3 for the conversion.
That seems fair.
Yeah, and I know, it was mentioned last night, I know conversions are 2 in rugby. It's a true story, so I'm telling you how it was. He also signalled 4 just by holding up 4 fingers, which I actually really loved. Yeah, he just 4.
Simple.
It's very economical as far as movement goes. You just hold up the 4. Anyway, Hatchman comes back over number 9. And it's the old full down hook shot from Taylor. Well, Tinker Taylor, unusual shot maker as he gets off the mark with a remarkable shot.
No, that's just, yeah, cricket. That's just what you want to see on the ECN. Entertainment value right up there.
That was something else, really, wasn't it? From Taylor. Left-hander. I have a feeling that he did bat okay the other night. There's a few things probably when he looked at his innings he might do slightly differently, especially kind of holding his position. As I say that, he backs away and hits it leg side or get a single, but you could see him being busy, and Ataloya will get the strike back with 10 remaining.
Yeah, I mean, his game, you can see, is very based on clearing the rope. He clears the front leg, and he has a really good swing arc. So, you could find some weaknesses there from the bowling side, but he does hit a clean ball when it comes up the middle.
He's a guy I think we'll see for the Calpe Giants in ECL 24. Oh. This is an interesting one. I'll have to see. Does the umpire think it's go over the stumps or is it a wide? He's going to give it a wide. I think it might have just missed the leg stump. It kind of went over as well. I think it's a good decision. I think it probably would have hit the stumps.
Yep.
It was bail high. Again, not an easy one for the keeper to defend those ramps because it really does block your view of the ball. Have you done much keeping, by the way?
None. I'm really bad at keeping.
Take your word for it. All right, Taylor gets a piece of this. Does he get enough? He does not, but it doesn't matter. And I think that's been dropped for 4. And it's a bit of fortune. That is Crichton out there. We'll check it out in the replay. Yeah, I think it goes between his legs. And the way, we actually don't see this bounce, but I'm pretty sure that it's 4 runs.
Yeah, I thought at first he caught it, but it did a bit of a disappearing act behind him when he dropped it.
Yeah, but I just think the way that was looking.
Yeah, looked like 4.
Yeah, it was 4, and 4's been given. So, Taylor making hay.
So bold.
Yeah, well, get some bat on it, he'll get 1. Yeah, the thing to Taylor, I just feel as a bowler, I would like the way that he's moving his feet because if I'm bowling, he's giving me more of a zone where I can get away with things.
Yeah.
So, my advice to him, and you can take it or leave it, but was hold your position in front of the subs. If anything, kind of reverse back away, and then you'll get more balls that hit him on that leg side because he does like the leg side.
He does,
Not
yeah.
saying he can't play offside, but especially with the wind the other night was whistling in that direction, leg side to left-hander. And I just think he could have exploited that a bit more if he'd kind of created his own line. I suppose the other thing is 10 over cricket, you can take a few more calculated risks. Create your own line. If you don't like the line that's being bowled to you, you can kind of move around the crease and the risk is worth it if it creates scoring opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. I think, here in Gibraltar, the wind plays in favour of any all-round cricketer, you could say, because if they can hit either side of the pitch.
This is on leg stump, but it's thick outside edge. It's going to get dropped. Well, Might have lost that in the lights late in the piece. It's Alex Sawyer there, and he couldn't hold on. Another missed opportunity.
Yeah, Alex has been, to be fair, Alex youngster's been working so hard recently. I think he made his ECN debut in Portugal last year.
And he's done some good things.
Yeah.
He's done some good things on the network, but he couldn't hold on to that one. Maybe just lost it in the lights. It's the end of the ninth over, 116 for 3. That ball there is a good example of a ball that I think if he can get out of that habit of backing away, because it's more of a habit than a tactic.
Exactly.
And if you could take a little step across and probably slam that over the leg side for 6.
You could, yeah. So sort of a pull off a length instead of walking away and trying to jam it over the offside.
Call it millionaire's shot sometimes when you back away and whack it over cover.
Yeah.
Like, it's great if you can do it, but I think the percentages aren't really there.
Well, you got to pick the right ball to do it again. So, you know, the wind here, there's some that sort of blow to the leg side, which was the majority of last year, actually. I think anything that would hit on the offside almost came back.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
but this year it's both sides. So if you have an all-round game, you're comfortable with hitting offside and leg side, you can change your tactic on the night.
And we saw a lot of the right-handers the other night when it was going in that direction. The ones that could play offside had a great night. It's also a pretty safe shot to play.
Yeah.
More of a traditional shot.
Well, just like you move your feet across to hit to the leg side, you can move outside leg stump and try and access the offside with the wind. Just play with the wind, basically.
Jamie Riley bowled the first, he'll bowl the last. And Taylor hits him down the ground for 1 first ball. Yeah, also, a lot of the bowlers are aiming outside that off stump as a general line. So if you can start slamming a few over there, then it kind of makes it a bit of a tough decision for them about what their exact tactics are.
Yeah.
So we've got more questions. I'm going to try and get to them, even if we don't get to all of them in this innings, because Louis is going to stick around. And Shaukat Ali has a question for me, actually. Might throw that in quickly. He's asking about run rates going up pretty high in every country. Everyone's playing like Belgium. What do I think? And yeah, I mean, I just think the batters are finding new ways to score. I think it's up to the bowlers to kind of come back. And partly for me, I just don't think the bowling standard has kept pace with the batting standard. I know you can say the conditions are set up to for batters. And the conditions haven't changed that much, really, because the boundaries have stayed the same size. One thing is the switch to grizzly bear balls. I do think they do fly a bit further. So I do think that is a little bit of a factor. But I just think the general intent, and we used to see teams dab around, get 2 for 70. You know, nowadays, they understand if they can make 8 for 120, it's better, even though more of them get out.
Yeah, so. I mean, I said it at the start of game 1 to all of the Tarek guys that were there. I said sort of 110 as a par score, because that was what it really was last year in Gibraltar. You know, our boundary percentage wasn't really that high, but all of a sudden, you know, we were 83 or 5. I know it didn't end well, but you just saw that we were on track for a much bigger total than 110, and par's gone up massively now. For bowled.
Over bowling, this time Zadatayu slightly loses his footwork leg side, well bowled by Riley. I think the par was interested about that, but the batter did get some bat on it. Yeah, and look, I think it's about trying to develop that batting depth and then that unselfishness. And I said this a lot during the women's series. I said, look, you know, there's 11 of you here. You know, you can all score runs. Oh, yeah. He likes that one too. A little bit of razzle-dazzle from Teo as he smacks that one into the goals as well. Up into the 60s. 125 for Rugby with the ball remaining.
Yeah, nice. Just held his shape. There's no need to run down the track or anything. Held his shape, hit clean through the line of the ball. And as we were saying earlier, I think that should probably be 9.
Could be another 9er.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a question from Chris. What's the weather like tonight? Beautiful, actually. Not too windy. Just a little bit, I suppose, but 15 degrees and it's about as good conditions as you'll find. More questions to come to the second innings with Louis, but for now, here's the last ball. And it's a little bit of funkalicious play from Adeloya. Adetayo Ataloya, who'll finish on 71 not out. What a good knock that is. And he lifts Rugby up to 131 off their 10. What a shot and what an innings from Teo.
It's a great finish. I mean, 6-6 at the end is all you can really ask for. He's carried the innings through, open, made a good start. And you said earlier, anything else is a bonus, and he's definitely capitalised on his start.
And he bats the 10. Like I said, I think that's a bit of a bonus for them. He probably played the role that they would probably bank on Latine playing most of the time. But that's the thing. You can see he deserves a bit of luck after he almost lost 2 or 3 ribs getting whacked by his partner the other night. But it gives us an opportunity to have a look back at the first 10 overs of the evening. Riley came out and bowled a decent first over, I thought, as far as where he was putting the ball. But there were 3 boundaries in there, and it just got the Rugby CC guys off to a good start. And then Crichton Probably not his best outing tonight, although he didn't have a lot of luck on that occasion. We talked about the luck factor, didn't we, as Karina did the fielding. But Teo seemed to have the luck and he made the most of it, playing some beautiful shots in his 71.
Yep, capitalised throughout the innings. I mean, just kept rolling really. Helped by Ian at the top. Ian did what Ian does usually. But yeah, Teo just kept going throughout the innings. Great catch here by Riley. You're going to see he went really high. Took it clean as you like.
Yeah,
and then Teo just kept going.
Something that I think they did take one or two decent catches. Actually, probably from memory, it was just the one catch in the innings. The other wickets fell to Gowles as he got Froyone bowled for a second ball duck, and the very next ball at Varney went LBW. But that's the thing, I mean, they didn't waste a lot of balls, and he'd rather probably make a first or second ball duck than make a kind of 2 off 8 or something like that. And it left balls to someone like a Taylor to come out. He made 13 off 8, even though we saw that catch go down, Crichton grassing it. But yeah, it was a kind of good team effort, I suppose, from Rugby CC. They used 5 batters. It works out for some, maybe not so some others, but they've got a pretty decent looking score on the board. 71 to Adateo Ataloya, and he struck 6 sixes and 6 fours in his innings. Ian Latine with a bit more of what we see from him normally tonight. 34 of 17, scoring a good rate, 4 fours and 2 sixes. A couple of ducks in there. Taylor with a handy 13 at the end, and yeah, 131. It's going to take some chasing. Take us through the bowling figures here for Bavaria.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, going to take some chasing in the second innings. Gow's bowled really well on his first game back. 2 for 14 for him. I think Riley also bowled well, considering at the top, you know, you're expected to go well. I think he bowled 1 and 10. Yeah. 2 tough overs to bowl in a T10, so he's done well, all things considered. Samarth picking up the 1 as well.
So, I mean, look, in the end, it's a pretty nice night for batting. I said that earlier on. It's pretty nice conditions, pretty comfortable. But let's see if Bavaria have what it takes. They're going to have to get a wriggle on. And so we'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. 132 will be the victory target for Bavaria. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with my special guest here on Night 5, Louis Bruce. We'll both be back after this break with more ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Buenas noches. Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Europa Point. We're at the Europa Sports Complex here in the little but proud nation of Gibraltar, and you're watching match number 9 of this ECSN. This is Rugby CC versus Bavaria. Bavaria out to chase 132 for victory. If they can get more than 91, they'll at least get a point out of the game. If they have a real heat up and they can chase 132 in 7 overs, but it's about 19 and over, then they can actually take all the points. Bavaria, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Monday night. And I've got this man back off the slopes into the commentary box tonight. We have Louis Bruce with us in commentary. Louis, yeah, where do you think we're at with this game? 132 seems like a tall task for Bavaria, but they do have some good players in their lineup.
They do, and 2 of them are opening, Gowes and Pyle. Gowes can go big as well in T10, so anyone's game, I think.
No pun intended. And they're going to start with Sukhjit Singh, who has been pretty reliable so far for Rugby CC. But obviously Bavaria, I want to make sure they get at least that 92, which is like a secondary target. But look, they'll think if they bat well, if their top order fires, they're a chance to chase these runs down. 132 for victory. And Pyle starts with a single. Just kind of round the wicket, sliding it across, taking the pace off straight away. Interesting from Rugby CC.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he can vary his pace, Avinash does this a lot. He comes around the wicket and sort of varies his pace, whether he goes quicker or slower.
And he varies where he bowls from. He's even bowling some from behind the wicket sometimes, which is a tactic you're allowed to use. Good line that. Gowes misses out first up. So I've been loving the questions everybody has been giving us, so please keep them coming. Good to see Andrew Reyes in the chat as well. He's saying Taya's been playing very well. No doubt about that. Good innings, set up a decent total. And now Sukhjit, his team off to a decent start. Well, this is timed away, and you can kind of see there the power that Gowes has. He just kind of helps that round the corner and it flies away for 4.
Yep. Power play batting in a T10 so important. I mean, doesn't have to get much on this, but it just goes. So Gowes off the mark with a boundary. 132 the target. 92 obviously, as Vinny mentioned before, for the bonus to save the point. I think that's how it works. You get 1 point if you get the 92.
You get 1 point essentially, I'd say, for making a game of it. So that's the secondary target. They're 92 in the 10 overs. So obviously, you hope things go well for you. That's plan A.
Yeah.
and get that 13 and over or so. With Gowes there, they're very capable of doing that. He's going to have to get a hustle on wrong end.
Oh.
I mean, okay, might have still been the right end, but I think he could have gone to the bowler. Because the bowler had time to get behind the stumps. And, okay, yes, it would have been out. He went at one stump. Okay, probably should have hit it anyway. That's Joey Marples there. But have a look, Gowes, who was stuck on the treadmill. He tried to kind of do a little sneaky running in front of where he thought the ball was going to go. Lucky to survive. But Pyle doesn't. He goes across the line, and it's a very good start for Rugby. Sukhjit's built the pressure now, cashes in. Pyle goes for just a single, and it's 6 for 1.
Yeah, same thing as whenever someone tries to hit across the line here. You've got to really try and hit straight on this track. I think it's probably closer to a turf wicket than an AstroTurf wicket in terms of the way it plays. So you've got to really just, it almost forces you to have to watch it all the way onto the bat and hit straight.
Yeah, Pyle, I think he's got a bit of an identity crisis at the top of the order. Probably not his kind of natural game to take such big risks straight away, but you've got to give credit to the bowler there. Got it on target, and interesting for me, Jamie Riley coming out at number 3. So a vote of confidence in the youngster. I don't mind it.
Yeah, no problems with that. Again, you were saying earlier, his technique's good, developing some power. Maybe if they give him a bit of time, obviously only 5 balls in, but if he can get a bit of time to get himself going, we could see the best of him with the bat. And
I think he's technically equipped to take on good quality bowling. And that's typically what you get first up. New ball to deal with as well. I wonder if we'll see Ian Latine bowling some of his leg spin tonight. When we last saw Rugby, it was kind of apocalyptic conditions and not easy to grip the ball for the leggy. So I have a feeling we might see him tonight, just to see how they're coming out. Anyway, lefty out there, Jamie Riley with Cowles. So bit of an age gap between these two. But let's see how he goes. Young Jamie batting above his father by about 8 spots. Here we go. Pushes and he'll get one first up. It's mishandled there, but I don't think it really cost them a run. And Lateen looking pretty fresh there with the haircut as well. Extra aerodynamic tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to actually see him fielding there, to be honest. You know, he's a key fielder for this team, and for him to be fielding at, I know backward point and square leg is a key position, really. But
curious choice, yeah. Maybe he was back for the right-hander, back on the boundary. Came up. Not sure. Anyway, the score is 6 for 1. 7 for 1, make that after the first over. And a reminder that we haven't had a golden ball in Gibraltar for 2 years. I don't know if you remember, we had 2 in 3 matches back in 2022.
I remember one of them. I remember the Calpe Giants had one, and Sammy Houghton, who's playing this game.
That's the one everyone remembers. Do you want me to tell you what happened in the other one?
Yeah.
I'll pull it up, because I can't. I remember just being draw on the floor that we had 2 in 2 days, basically, or 2 in 3 matches.
Has that happened since?
We've never had them that close together. Nope.
There you go.
We've never had 2 in consecutive games. That'd be something. Advani is going to bowl the second, so they continue with the slow stuff. So, yeah, the very, very next day, it was 4th February 22, and it was Sloggers versus Turek, and it was bowled out. So that
I remember that one, yeah.
They were
Matt Hunter.
Matches 25 and, sorry, golden balls 25 and 26. And now, that last golden ball, I don't know if you saw that one, that was Spain versus Austria in the ECCW, and it was a crazy game. It was to decide who made the final 4, and it was actually one of the most insane finishes I think I've ever seen. The last 3 overs was just so pressure-packed. Well, that angle made it look pretty close, but let's see full on. My feeling is it's probably going down the leg side. I'm checking out the replay. There's that drift in.
Yeah.
It just is, hits him on the front pad. But you can see it's been quite effective slowing it down so far. Yeah, we've got someone bowling probably their 5th over ever in that kind of situation. Marples. Well, you can see he wants the court behind here. Advani, like a lawyer with an extra dodgy second defence, but Marples was pretty confident it wasn't out, and so was the umpire, but I think it's the right decision. Yeah, the Austria-Spain finish when we had Basharat bowl in the last over. Like I said, a lot of the women cricketers in Europe, they train a lot. Some don't even train that much, given the facilities and the situation and other commitments, and just getting together. And they don't play a lot of matches. So I think it was probably a 5th or 6th over ever. And some of them were bowling in a game for the first time at the ECCW. So some really great stories there. And that was Golden Ball 50. So we're going to start the year at some point with Golden Ball 51.
It seems like there's a lot more than 50.
I'd like it to be here in Gibraltar as well. Not getting super competitive with Cyprus, just saying.
Oh, bold.
Look at that. Well, you got to be careful if you're going to tangle with the beast. Joey Marples in there. Gets in the personal space of Gowes, and he almost does himself an injury. But yeah, Advani's bowled a brilliant over here. Just 1 run has come off this second over so far. Oh, now he's going to be gone. He'll be stumped off a wide. And I think he might have just telegraphed that a bit early, Gowes. And so he needed the bat extender. Advani will get his man in the end. He'll trade a wide for a wicket. That seems like a good deal to me. And the score will be 9 for 1. Check it out, Marples. He did pretty well there. He had to wait for it. You want to make sure you're not getting in front of the stumps and snatching. But Gowes just has to keep on trotting. 9 for 2.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, is that if you can have an all-round array of shots to hit through the offside, so that, for example, should sort of be going over the offside. They didn't have a fielder out, I don't think, from what I saw. So that really could be your boundary option over cover, especially in the power play with only 2 out. It's probably the more correct shot, but Gowes looking a bit tentative.
It's a classic building up of pressure, forcing Gowes to take extreme measures. You can see the game kind of slipping away. You can see the power play slipping by, especially, you know, you're facing slower bowlers, so they've got short run-ups that the game's moving too quickly for you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've had that situation happen sometimes as well, opening the batting. But Advani, I mean, the accuracy has been key here. Even though that's a wide, it's a bit tactical. I think he deliberately pushes it a bit wide, and Big Gals has to go, and Sammy Boda comes out, acting captain at number 3.
Yeah, I think Gals just looked a bit tentative, really. I think you're just going to keep your positive intent in T10s especially. Comes in for the... got him as well. Bowled him first ball for Sammy Boda.
Well, you talked about the accuracy of Advani, and he keeps it super simple. Has the ball on his string, and would you believe it, Sammy is going to have to go for a golden duck, and suddenly it's 9 for 3.
Yeah, it's not really the sort of shot you should be playing on this pitch. If anything there, you sort of want to push it with a straight bat to mid-on. Playing across the line is dangerous, especially with half a bat. So Sam's paid the price for that. First baller for the standing captain tonight. And Nikhil Advani is on a hat-trick. Golden Derek up on the screen.
Yeah, and now I'm going to get super technical here, but this is not actually a hat-trick ball, because a hat-trick, according to the definition that I follow, and therefore we follow, cannot contain any wides or no balls. And there are a couple of ways the bowler can get a wicket off a wide. Let's see, I'll test your knowledge. One of them is stumped, we saw it. There's another way you can get out to the bowler on wide, but not a no ball. Do you know what it is?
What, to the bowl? The wicket goes to the bowler.
Yeah. I'm not going to spoil the fake hat-trick ball. Let's see what happens here, and then I'll leave you with that for a second. All right, Jola gets a hit. This is leg stump, this one, and brilliant over from Advani. 2 for 2. Deuce is wild in the second. It's 9 for 3.
I think now it's looking a bit less likely for Bavaria to win this game, but you never know. Could
I'm
happen.
going to put it to the chat.
Yeah.
There's 2 modes of dismissal that you can get out of a wide, but not a no ball. One of them is stumped. What's the other one? And it's you versus the chat, Louis. And you've got a little bit of an extra because they haven't heard me say it yet. So quick, think of them. I'm not going to give you any clues.
Just hoping someone.
I'm going to give them a fighting chance. I'll talk through the table. Tarek, 11 points. Topping the table. Might give Louis a 1-game suspension if he doesn't get this before the chat as well. That's Rugby CC. Certainly looking a bit better than the team that took 1 point out of a possible 8 the other night. Louis back. What are you thinking?
Do bowlers get wickets for hit wicket?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Well done. Good play. It is hit wicket. And we have had it, I think, 2 or 3 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, you've seen a lot of cricket here at ECN. Here we go. Over 3, and they do bring back Suchit. Why not? It's been working so far. Jamie Riley. Is that no ball called? It's a no ball, and I think it's a no ball for the field. I think they had more than 2 outside the circle. So, well, that's a bit of a bonus, isn't it? And maybe it's a turning point for Rugby CC. It seems like it's one-way traffic so far, but as we saw the other night, games can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, at this point, you wouldn't really be backing yourself to win it, but it's happened a few times now. You know, games change, especially in T10. T10 is such a versatile format. You know, it changes so quickly, whether you're batting or bowling.
That's the beauty of it. And when I first started doing 10-over cricket, that's the one thing that really stuck out to me. How can, in such a short game, you can have so many twists and turns. Free hit coming up. Chawla is going to try and smash it. He does. The stumps get smashed, and most of the players in the fielding side, at least, had no idea that was a no ball. Probably because it was a non-obvious no ball.
Yeah.
It was only called for the illegal field, but it won't be out, but it will be a dot.
Yeah, well, I'm sure those same players were probably thinking that Nikhil's hat-trick was a hat-trick ball. That third ball after a wide, much like me.
That's true. Well, some people will say that is a hat-trick, but I'm just going back to Wisden. I hate to get all traditionalist.
I'd count it.
But, I mean, you could just say it's even rarer than a hat-trick.
Yeah.
So maybe it's more special.
True. Could take 7 then in the over.
We've had it happen once. Caused an argument. Wide. And it was Cosmin Zavoyu, who, it was a great story actually. He went for 30, might have been 30, well 30-something off his first over. He was the captain, had no hesitation on bowling his second over straight away. He took 5 for 1. The only one was the wide.
Yeah, that's good.
Where he took his, where it was stumped.
Back yourselves.
Ended up taking a 5 for. Cosmin's a native Romanian cricketer. He plays for the Bucharest Gladiators, and he's played a bit for the Romanian national team as well. And he's a great story, actually, Cosmin.
Right now, though, Bavaria need runs and fast. Interesting that they haven't gone for Houghton in the top 5.
Yeah. Win predictor now. There's another dot. Good take for Joey Marples.
Yeah, Chawla kind of takes the bait, doesn't he? This is where, you know, if you can hit this with the line of the ball, kind of hit towards cover, hit it a bit more in a traditional area.
Yeah.
You've probably got more chance of hitting it, probably more chance of a better result.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not everyone's strength, so I do understand that as well. Chawla is in the naughty corner, none off 4. And he's going to be none off 5, and it's good night for now at least. And Sukjit will get a second wicket. Bavaria, they are all over the shop so far, 12 for 4.
Yep. Absolute bedlam at the minute, but you know, 12 for 4 can turn into a game very quickly. I'm just seeing here, you still have Richard Hatchman, you still have Gideon Crichton. They can strike the ball big.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I will say. If you look at this batting order, they have held a few guys back that can go large, but the problem is that, overs are ticking by. The required rate's already up over 16 and over. That's not going to be easy. And Chawla, well, just had a bit of an innings to forget there, didn't he? Happens to everyone. And that does bring Sam Houghton to the crease at number 6.
Yeah, I think it's about time, really. I know they want to give everyone a chance. But I think Houghton, Hatchman and Crichton need to come in relatively quick, as in the next 2 batsmen to come in have to be them to make a game out of this. Even if you just want to achieve that 92 for the point, I think you still need to try and get those 3 in and let them face as many balls as they need to get a good score.
Yeah, it's a good observation, Louis. Sam does normally like to take his time to get into his innings, but he doesn't have that kind of time tonight. I guess it also depends on what your tactics are at this stage. He's still believing that you can find that partnership to get you all the way. 120 more required. Houghton, streaky one first up. It will be a single. As Ataloya does the fielding. Had some more questions in the chat. A little bit about bowling. Shaukat Ali wants me to talk about bowling. I think what he wants to know is who is the next fastest bowler after Mohamed Kamran in the ECN universe. Oh, there's a couple, I think. I'd probably say Rich Edwards is right up there. I'd say Ramatullah Mangal of France actually really gets it through as well. But it's tough. You've got a lot that are a similar pace that, on certain days, one might be quicker than another. Maybe you can tell me who some of the fastest bowlers are that you've faced, Louis. As Riley hit and run. Maybe it's 2 here. No, more than 2. There's 4. Well, Rione's not going to put that one up on the mantelpiece. It was a little half-hearted foot jab.
Yeah.
And he comes up with fresh air, and that's a gifted boundary.
Yeah, wrong foot really. Need to go with the right foot if anything. But you'd probably be more encouraged to dive, especially on this surface. It's so nice and smooth, like a bit of a carpet. So get the body down, get behind it. But if you are going to go with the feet, at least you need to choose the right one.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the over. So 17 for 4 after 3, and that's even with that gifted break. Yeah, Houghton has a kind of knack for judging the chase, doesn't he? Although he's in a difficult spot here to say the least, but like Michael Bevan did, probably a bit before your time, Louis, that he was kind of the original finisher. And you've seen guys like MS Dhoni in the 21st century have that role of just kind of taking risks when necessary, but no more than necessary, and then kind of hang in the game. I suppose Maxwell's the other one you could throw in.
Coley as well.
With that as well. Yeah,
Coley's
Coley's a master of it as well. Advani, 2 for 2, comes back. And wow, this one just straightens down the line off the outside edge, no run. And I like this tactic as well. You might be tempted to make a change here. You've already bowled out one of your openers, but I think you just get so far ahead in the game. The other thing is these guys are feeling good. They're feeling confident. So if they were to come back later, the game would have changed. The feeling would have changed in the game.
Well, exactly that. Just come back to after this ball.
Houghton also probably likes a bit of pace on the ball. Both these two would prefer a bit of pace on it. But I'll be curious to see who they go to next, because they will have to make 2 bowling changes after these 4 overs are done.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that when you're on top, you have to stay on top. That's sort of the mentality you have to go with, especially in T10, which can change so quickly. Nichols bowled a good last over. You wouldn't want to take him off and ruin his rhythm, per se. So keep him going. Whilst the game's at this stage, if you can have another couple of really tight overs, it's effectively over. Even for the 92, even for the point, it's effectively over. If they get to halfway through and they're 30-odd, It's a tall order from there.
At this stage, Rugby are already 50, so they're 32 behind. This is good footwork by Riley. Turns this into a full toss and gets a boundary. So, look, these two are very capable, but they're running out of time, running out of opportunities. This is excellent footwork, because that wasn't a full toss, but it became one because Riley gets down the track and smacks a 4.
Yeah, he's timed it well. I mean, your ideal shot would go over cover there, but backed himself just to go straight down the ground. Timed it well enough. Grizzly ball flew 4.
I suppose once you get it on the full, you can pretty much choose where you want to hit it. And that's what Riley does there. Now wants to do the same. This one's a bit more offside, so it'll find the fielder. It's Mohamed Roshan down there. Isn't wearing as much on the face as we saw the other night. It was Arctic conditions. Speaking of weather conditions, there is some crazy weather going on at the moment, and I hope everyone's safe in the UK. They've had some crazy storms up there.
Yeah.
So thinking of you guys. But right now, here on the rock, it's pretty perfect. And Varney, 2 to come. Almost gets a return catch. Houghton survives. 2 off 4 though.
I like how Houghton's played that there. Rather than just go on the back foot, going back's dangerous on this pitch, really.
Especially with lack of pace.
Yeah,
Unless
exactly.
you can genuinely cut it away. But he's not able to get that much power on this one. Enough to get past the bowler. And so Advani can put his cue in the rack. He bowled a very good spell there, 2 for 9, and it's 24 for 4. After 4, yes, I've got more questions coming in the chat. But why don't we talk about the ECL for a second now? I know that you're a bit of a European Cricket Network aficionado. Tell us about some of the teams that you're looking forward to seeing, Louis.
Well, obviously Group G, I really like CLYMS. I mean, I think they were probably, in my opinion, the best cricketing team of last year's competition. Dre probably blew them away with the batting and blew everyone away with the batting, but CLYMS were probably the best all-round cricketers. Dre obviously defending champions. They are so dangerous on their day.
Fun to watch, aren't they?
Well, yeah, and from anywhere as well. Even if you're a fan of batting, you could probably appreciate it while you're fielding.
Yeah, true.
Forfarshire, Rotterdam, 2 really good teams in Group E there. That's not a bad group, to be fair. Scotland, Netherlands, Germany.
Bit of another group of death. We're talking about Group B because it's got 2 English teams in it, but then 2 very strong continental teams, the Belgian team and the Swedish team. And Prague CC, they're kind of wild cards as well.
Yeah.
As we're going to get Roshan on in the 5th over.
Great fielding.
I think this one stopped okay there. We'll get back for 2. And excellent fielding there. So Bavaria trying to get something moving. Yeah, I kind of agree that 92 is probably the more likely target. I think he does well there.
Yeah.
It's Hugh Barber-Jones.
Good to see Hugh back. Hasn't played for a while, I don't think, but, you know, come back for this and showing a lot of commitment in the field.
Yeah, that's what you like to see.
This stage, Rugby was 70 without loss. Just shows the difference.
Big differential.
Just sneaks in.
These are the 50-50 calls as well. Does this go fully inside the line? Oh, see, I reckon that's
Clips it.
probably wide. And when you're hot, you're hot. And when you're not, you're not.
Yeah.
Right now, Bavaria, they ain't. Well, that's going to be no ball. Oh, well, you know what? See, the universe is a funny place sometimes because maybe they should have got 1. Now they get what anywhere else would be just 1 run, but it turns into 5 because it literally hits the join and Marples get set the wrong way. So finally, Bavaria gets something going in their direction.
Well, our little keeping game earlier didn't work clearly because that was the whole point, not to get wrong footed.
Yeah, we haven't actually talked about that, but we had a bit of an impromptu keepers training session today. Myself and the 2 Joes, and you just said that you don't even keep, but you were involved in part of the practice. But it was all about dealing with unpredictable ones. They don't get much more unpredictable than that. This is now a free hit, so it's still a free hit after that wide. That certainly puts them in a better shape for that 92, which I suppose it's the target, which could make a difference between this being a 2-point differential or 4-point differential.
I don't know if that was called a no ball on that one. It hit the edge of the pitch, I think.
Yeah, I think it has to be a no ball, but what was it called? Yeah, it was called a no ball and 4 byes. It's a bit harsh on
One
Joe.
off the free hit.
Yeah, so that's actually why that joins are called, because that could have, crazy as it might be, that could have come back and hit the stumps.
Yeah.
So then it can't really be a wide, can it?
Yeah,
So
true.
that's why. And we have seen it happen from time to time. Normally on pitches they're all a bit thinner and there's a bit more of a, what's the word? like a height difference between the pitch and the rest of the surface.
Remember, Switzerland was a very thin AstroTurf strip, wasn't it? It
Switzerland's
looked hard
different.
to bowl on.
It was better when it straightened out, literally.
Yeah.
After the first day, it was a bit of a banana. But actually, they did a great job once we sorted that out. Here's Roshan. Riley tries to pull, gets the thick edge. It's going to run away. And Teo, not necessarily known for moving particularly quickly, but he does just enough there to stop the boundary. So there's been a few good boundary stops here from Rugby, defending reasonably well.
Yeah, they all add up as well. I mean, you know, that could easily, the 35 could easally be 50 if the boundaries weren't stopped. So that's a whole different shift in Bavaria's mindset. A bit more comfortable for at least the 92, but, you know, 35-4 is not exactly comfortable.
Riley times this well, and he's going to get 4. So if you want to look at the equation for the Bavaria guys to get a point, just take 40 off that runs versus balls. So at the moment, it's not 93 off 31, it's 53 off 31. So you can see that is quite achievable. It's just over 10 and over to do that. Question from Rob, how do I commentate and chat at the same time? He struggles to watch and chat. Well, I mean, practice. I am a bit of a multitasker. You're doing a pretty good job as well, Louis, got to say that. Hit straight by Riley. And this time the hand method works for Flayone. And that will end the over after 5. Bavaria struggling but fighting. They're 40 for 4 after 5 overs. So thanks again for all the interactions. Nice to have a bit of company. Not always possible. We've got Rob in the chat who says, Louis, will you broaden your cricketing horizons and play for Rugby CC next year? Now, which Rob's that?
I think that might be Rob as a party.
Oh, is
who
it?
we saw last year.
All right, he's put a little wink face on that as well. Time for them to get out the checkbook, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay,
No
I've got a random question for you. So let's say Kolkata Knight Riders knock on the door. They sign you for $5 million. What are you spending the money on? It's not really about. It's not really a cricket question.
I'm not a big spender. I like to save it.
He's one of my favourites. Is Zach Simpson in the air? Doesn't carry. Good stop at Varney. Well, he's having some game now. Good throw might have him cooked, but two things. Throw wasn't online. Zach wasn't behind the stumps either. It'll be 2. So yeah, what are you spending the money on? What's the first thing you're going out and buying?
Well, to be fair, I'm not exactly a big. I'll save it. That's the thing. That's the thing about me. I'm boring.
It's a disappointing answer. What if they... Okay.
What if they said you have to spend it?
Yeah. It just shows you how grounded you are. Yeah, you got to spend it, otherwise you lose it. You can't donate it. No soft options. Go.
Well, then you got to go all at once, don't you?
You got to buy it. What's something you would love to own? There you go. Or do.
Oof.
These are the questions they don't teach at school.
Yeah, true.
Zach Simpson's bowled pretty well so far. Duracell Bunny, Energizer Bunny. You call him sometimes. I think it's the Energizer Bunny. Someone tell me. I know Charlie likes to call him the Duracell Bunny, but one of them had a bunny in their ads.
No, it must have been Duracell.
I think it is Duracell.
Get up, let's find out.
Still waiting on your answer. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's the Duracell
Bunny.
Big.
No ball called. This is for another field, so that's going to be a 7-up. It'll bring up the 50. That's twice, I think, that we've seen an illegal field. And you see the way that Sam Houghton was looking around there? I think he was just kind of doing a double take as well, perhaps. So good game awareness. Riley, whether he knew it or not, he puts it out of the ground.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, just what we were saying earlier is batting's gone on massively, and, you know.
That's the power.
Yeah.
Let's go. What are you buying? Come on. So you're saying you got everything you want right now. What a life.
I'm never a big... I never ask for a lot of things, to be fair.
Like a skiing holiday somewhere? You like skiing? You want to go to... I don't know.
It would be a holiday of some sort. Not skiing in particular, but it would be a holiday probably.
This is a free hit, don't forget. Poor Simpson. Found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Wasn't really his fault, although I suppose you could say the bowler should have some sort of awareness. All right. Yeah. I don't really have a good answer either, to be honest.
Yeah, it would be a holiday. I couldn't think of anything materialistic that I'd like at the minute.
Yeah, there are only things. I'm a bit like you. I'd probably try and make the world a better place.
Yeah.
Ooh. Stays low. There's the odd one that does
Danger
stay
playing
low.
back.
Yeah, you're right.
You almost have to cover off stump when...
It's a good take.
Because that, I mean, Zach doesn't really spin it that much. He almost skids it in, so you almost have to play him like an off spinner and cover your off stump and just play it late.
Yeah, see, that one comes back a bit off the surface. That'll be the end of the 6th over. Pretty good one from Simpson, who was found culpable for an illegal field in that over, so had to bowl an extra one. But 13 come off, but not the worst result. 53 for 4 after 6, so it makes it 39 off the last 4 overs to at least get a point. I think that's what Bavaria are concentrating on at the moment.
Yeah, that's what they have to look at, because I mean, at the minute, I don't know what the table looks like in particular, but it is between Bavaria and Rugby, in my opinion, for the 5th place.
Yeah, they are kind of obviously 2 matches behind everyone else, but based on look so far, it's probably the way you'd read it as well. But anyway, time for over number 7, and Roshan is going to come on to bowl his 2nd over. So let's see how he goes. Just the 2 bowlers used so far.
Sharp.
Yeah, nice shot, but finds the fielder, but fielder can't deal. And so Barbara Jones drives over this one, 4 runs, and a handy boundary to start the 7th over for Bavaria.
Yep, just need to keep ticking along. I probably think the mindset you have to have is aim for 132, and if you fall short at 92. That's probably the mindset that I'd employ in this chase. You always have to look to win the game still. But if you're going to fall short, that's what the bonus point's good for. You at least fall short and have a point away from the game. Roshan in for his 2nd. Would have been a wide.
Finds the fielder.
Gets
Run
one.
anyway. And they get away with it.
Yeah. So
Chris Ward, by the way, he just was saying there's 4 ways you can be out off a wide, and he talked about obstructing the field. And but the question was, what are the 2 ways you can be out off a wide, but not off a no ball? That was my question.
Yeah.
I've already put that in, but just in case people aren't in the chat and they were wondering about that. Okay, it could have a kind of bit of a cliffhanger for the point at the moment. Obviously, I think the game's gone. 20 and over required, but
never know though.
Never know, but sometimes you do.
Sometimes.
But yeah, it's actually a good point. You know, I know you watch a lot of ECN cricket. We talk about the point of no return, which I always keep at about 18. So once that required rate goes above 18, you rarely see it coming back under it. But you know, with Barcelona last year, we saw some crazy things happen, and there's the odd game that is that 1% game where you can see right now it's 1%.
Yeah.
That 1% game will come up and they'll do something crazy. We saw that Spain versus Netherlands in the ECC.
I was going to mention that one, yeah.
Yeah, where they needed 22, 23 and over for 3 overs.
I mean, it's not
1 over, anything can happen. But you know, when you start talking like 3, 4, 5 overs to score at this rate, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Obviously, it's not the same level of cricket, but, you know, I think it was probably around 1% for Netherlands to win that, and then Sikander played a really pretty decent knock.
And, we can talk about that to Corey Ruckers, because Corey might be popping in before you know it, because Corey's kind of grounded at the moment, but he should be back with us soon. Before then, there's a chance he'll be tuning in from the ECN studio and give me a breather tomorrow night for a little bit. So yeah, get your questions ready for Corey. He's been following the series. Couple to come here for Roshan. Oh, this one swings and keeps swinging. Marples gets a glove on it. Probably 1 for 2 here. They'll get it. Zach Simpson does the fielding. So 3 bonus runs for Bavaria. This is exactly why this bonus point, I think, is suited to ECN cricket.
Adds an extra element of it. More
yeah,
tension.
it does. And it could be the difference, honestly, if you talk about these 2 teams perhaps fighting it out for a spot in the finals. And once you get to the finals, anything can happen, as we've seen in Gibraltar every time we've been here. Just think about the difference of one team getting a 4-point start versus a 2nd-point start on the other. As Riley gets a bit of bat on this, gets it into the gap and gets 4. So useful runs for Bavaria as they try and zero in on that 92. So yeah, if they are, and it's very early to say they are fighting for that spot, but the difference between gaining 2 points on your opponent and 4 is massive.
Yeah, exactly.
That's basically what it is here.
Yeah, and you know that. I know net run rate comes into it, but when you have that many bonus points up for grabs, it almost eliminates that a little bit.
He makes an early movement, but then essentially yorks himself here, Riley. A bit of swing there for Roshan into the left hand, and that'll be the end of the 7th over, and the score is 67 for 4. Coming up next, same 2 teams. Bavaria probably want a different result because I think they're going to be caught by Rugby CC here, and It'll be a 1 win apiece. Bavaria winning the toss and batting. So obviously, not a bad decision, I think, to just change the flow of things. Paddy Hatchman is back in, leading Bavaria in that one. It's coming up in around about half an hour's time. So, yeah, entertaining so far, even though I don't think it'll be a very close finish, but it might be close for that bonus point.
Yeah.
And obviously that'll be the last game of the night here in Gibraltar as Simpson gets ready to bowl the 8th over. Now they've bowled four bowlers out. Means they'll need to bowl different bowlers in the 9th and 10th. So obviously they're comfortable with that.
Yeah, Ian Latine may take one. I don't know what the other bowling options are really. Dylan Taylor, I don't know whether Dylan Taylor wants to bowl.
25 required off the last 3 overs, so 8.33 and over for the bonus point equation. Basically, it would be that Bavaria will get to keep their point if they make 92 or more. Otherwise, it will be Rugby that take all 4 points out of this game.
It's just massive, isn't it? You know, that's in old ECN scoring, that's 2 games worth you get out of 1.
Yeah, that's true.
Makes a massive difference in terms of how you go about the game.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, played a lot of cricket, 2 innings cricket, or 1 or 2 innings cricket. We've played a lot of 2-day cricket. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you could win outright, win with two innings, you get more points. As Riley turns this into a full toss and he pounds it. Maximo! Well, that's scoreboard pressure literally by hitting it towards the scoreboard. Riley gets 6.
Yeah, using his feet again. I think he can sort of see where it's going to be coming now. You know, they're just tossing it up, sort of aiming for the stumps, I think. I think they're banking on the one that might keep below, but Riley's using his feet well at the minute.
Yeah, you talked about getting forward some of these slower bowlers.
Yeah, here
but
again.
Keeping your shape as Simpson grasses a very tough opportunity. It was absolutely smashed back at him. He gets 2 hands to it but can't hold on. And Riley survives.
Yeah, tough chance. Generous, but you know, Riley's reading it well here, reading the game well. I wouldn't say he's picking it out the hand and coming down the track, but he's just reading the situation, what the bowlers are doing at the minute.
And Riley hasn't played a lot on ECN, but he had best score of 6 before this series. Of course, we saw him score 31 against the Sloggers.
Wow.
And already he's exceeded that with 41. So you can kind of see his development in real time with the bat, can't you?
Yeah, really come on as a player. I said all round earlier.
I was happy just to kind of play the anchor role, try and guide Bavaria to this 92. Sees that Riley is feeling pretty comfortable. And so sometimes, yeah, you have to eat the stats looking a bit bad. If that's Houghton's role here, just to continue this partnership, then you know, that's probably the best thing for his team.
It's about to run a ball for the bonus point now as well, so if that's what they're aiming for, maybe that's what they are at this point, then you don't have to go crazy. You'd rather secure that point.
Yeah, sure. Riley once again, good footwork, and he's going to get 4 more. Well, Riley could get his first 50 here the way things are going.
Yeah, this is a little gem. A little gem of an innings from Riley. 45 now of 19.
He's been brave and he's picked his moments well, I think. And he's got a tactic. And it's to get forward, try and get some of these balls on the full. And once you get on the full, you pretty much do what you like with it.
Well, I think that's the best way of doing it, especially with these balls. Even if you don't time them, they go.
Last ball of the 8th. He won't get this one on the full. Houghton wants the run.
Good
Pick
run.
up and throw from Marples, but they'll get there. So it's a decent result for Bavaria. After 8 overs, the score is 82 for 4. Yeah, so one thing I talked about with Jamie the other night, when he came in, he looked very organised with the bat. He was holding his shape, was looking good. Actually, as his innings went on, it maybe got a bit tired, but he just started to kind of lose that form, started to lose his front side a bit, and just kind of didn't look as well put together. So I think that's advice that he's kind of gone back and heard and kind of looked at his innings as well. So he's still, I like the way, even though he's on the move, he's still kind of looking in a good batting position.
Holds his shape.
Yeah, he's holding his shape. That's exactly right.
Shape.
And it's working well for him so far. So, yeah, where are we at? We got 10 required for the bonus point then off 12 deliveries. Yep. So, look, I'd say they should get there, especially with 2 new bowlers to come in. As Ataloye gets a bowl in the 9th. It'll be his only over.
Massive.
Well, they need 10. That one is going to be 6 of them. And once again, the scoreboard's under attack. And it's 50 for Riley. And he brings it up of 21 balls. Coming of age, Jamie Riley is having a very, very good series. Striking the ball powerfully. His first ever half century on ECN.
Yeah, nice moment. You know, Sammy Houghton just gives him a handshake as well, acknowledging his first 50. Really well battered. Just controlled the game, made sure that they're going to get this point out of the game, and he's played really well.
Taloya on the wicket, and
Shot.
now he gets hit down the ground as well. That's 6 more, back to back. Maximo.
It's a really good shot, very correct.
I mean, we can turn our attention because that is the shot that brings up the 1 point. But with 4 a ball required, if he can keep dishing out the Maximos, we could have the Bavarian miracle on our hands. Let's find out. 10 to come. Goes again. How much does he get? Oh, it's going to be 4. And I think already Latine has given it up. I think it's a pretty good effort from Advani, but he plants the foot before he gets the left hand on the ball. Watch on the replay.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 foot.
I think that's 4 anyway once you step on the road, isn't it?
Well, let's have another look, because it's not as clear cut as the first thought, because it happened so quick. Where's this foot? Yeah. Oh,
I think once he steps on the rope.
well, probably was.
Drop.
But I just want confirmation. He stepped on the line, not the rope, the step before, but then probably before the ball actually leaves his hand, he's on the rope. So, oh, wow. Game on.
Just been dropped, that ball.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a missed opportunity, but I suppose at this stage, keeping it inside the field of play matters more.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
Houghton, well, it's not time to sit on his hands anymore. He's going to have to try and launch this one. 33 off 8, so you have nothing to lose now.
Need 2
Bavaria.
boundaries off these 2, ideally.
Houghton has a way of keeping you in suspense. Oh, and this one drops on him. Thick inside edge, and Ataloya really taking the pace off. Brave, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, big moon ball. I think Sammy just tried to hit too hard, really. Tries to swing off his heels. Teo taking all the pace off. As Vinny said, very risky, but it's worked for him on that occasion. We'll do it again this ball. Last ball of his over. 100 up now for Bavaria.
It's just a bit more inside out and finds the gap. So 4 runs, and I'm going to tell you something. Once we saw 31 off the last over to win, and that was done with the ball to spare. Don't ask me how. It was actually 36, but there were 5 penalty runs for time.
Hungary?
That was in Hungary. Bronze final. You know your cricket, don't you?
Well, I'm a big fan of
UCB versus Royal Tigers, and it was Ashrith Darapareddy.
Yeah.
And that just kind of made the supercomputer short circuit. Anyway, Ataloya goes magical. And, I suppose this is the thing about having to bowl 6 bowlers. I mean, maybe they would have used Ataloya as a 5th anyway, but that's why with that 8th over, even if you bowled everyone out so far, the 8th one, if you go to the 5th bowler, then at least you've got the option of if they bowl a good over, you can bowl them again.
Yeah.
But when you bowl 4 bowlers out in the first 8, then and you can't. All right, well, I mean, you never know your luck in the big city. 28 off the last over, Houghton on strike. Ramage gets the ball, and the first one is hit, but for 1. I think the way things are going now, I mean, where are we going? I mean, you can't really take a dot because then it'd be 27 off 4. So I guess it's now or never.
Anything that's not a boundary is a win, really.
Yeah. You'll at least get 2 to keep it a contest. Riley,
Yeah.
his way or the highway. Doesn't quite get it. You've got to go for 2 here if you know the situation, but they pick up. They're not going to attempt it. So, I mean, it's been a great innings from Riley. Let's try and get on the positives for Bavaria. He's a guy, potentially he could even open the batting for Bavaria. And Pyle hasn't really worked out so far. Like I said, maybe it's not his game. Maybe he can just concentrate on his keeping and you bat him in the middle order. That's interesting, though, because now 4 sixes. And this will be one of the great redemption stories of all time if Houghton basically channels his inner Kyron Pollard and goes large 4 in a row for Ramage. Not necessarily express.
There's
Whoa,
1.
that sounded pretty good. That's 4. That's 6, I should say. 1 of the 4 required. Maximo. Well, if the Iceman can pull him out of this one, they're going to have to build a statue in the main square as he cracks that right out of the middle. And I think Sam should just pretend every over is the 10th over, to be honest.
Yeah.
So always saves it for the last 4%. Oh, supercomputer probably more optimistic than I am. All right, 3 more required for a golden ball.
Oh,
that sounds pretty good as well. Bit more up and under, but it's going to go as well. Maximo. Well, if Corey was on, he would have said there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way than Bavaria getting this, but Ramage kind of serves it up in quite a friendly fashion. Gives him some length to work with. Remember, it was over 6 a ball at one point.
Yeah.
But then the wide made it 6s to tie.
Sounds good.
It's going, it's also
Wow.
gone. Get out of town. Sam Houghton can tie this game with one more Maximo and Ramage. Again, we talked about the difficulties. When you bowl 4 bowlers out, you've got to go to a 6th bowler. And Houghton, who kind of played more of an anchor role for most of this innings, this could be a golden ball if it's a 6. There's no other result. They can't win at this ball unless it's an extra. But it doesn't really matter where you put your fielders, to be honest. This would be probably one of the most, if not the most dramatic turnaround I've ever seen. 6 to tie. 6 for a golden ball. Oh, he doesn't get it. And it's dropped, but it won't matter. And unbelievable that was even close. Magicals to finish, and it's all over Red Rover. Your final score here in match 9 at the Rock. Rugby CC 131, Bavaria 126. Only 5 runs separate these two teams, and Houghton, well, he turned it on when it was do or die, and he got them perilously close. High entertainment here in match 9.
Well, at one point we were just talking about the 92, but then all of a sudden Sammy Houghton, the finisher of Gibraltar, really just comes out and plays a real gem.
Someone should just always tell Houghton it's the 10th over. It's always like when he really needs to, he can go up that gear. Bavaria Rugby coming back, and I'm really looking forward to the second half of this game. I wonder if they go Houghton at the top, or maybe Houghton and Riley at the top just keep going with what's working. It's an option because that has been an issue for them, losing early wickets. And so, yeah, that game's coming up, starting in about 20 minutes' time. But, well, we'll go back and we'll have a look at some of these highlights. Man, this really sums it up, doesn't it? ECN is full of surprises, and Bavaria almost come back from the dead to pinch this one.
Yeah, obviously not the best of starts. What was it, 20 odd for 4. But as soon as the Riley-Houghton partnership came together, it was all coming back to them. Gow's gone off a stumping, looked a bit uneasy in his innings, a bit tentative, didn't really show the intent that he needed to. Sammy Boda cleaned up first ball, going back. And that was where Rugby really sensed it, and they thought they could really kill the game there and get all 4 points out of it.
Yeah, and, you know, you made some very good observations, Louis, about, you know, maybe some better ways to take on this slower bowling and trying to get it on the full, or, you know, trying to get down to it. And Riley did that really well. Breakout innings from him, 67 on out in a losing cause. Played some really good shots, really powerful shots. The fact he hits 4 6s and 7 4s shows you that, you know, he's starting to get, you know, a bit more oomph into his shots. He's always looked good technically, but it was a breakout innings for Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, we talk as well about the boundary stops at the start of the innings for Rugby, the good fielding. That made all the difference in the end. Only 5 between them. Sammy Houghton with the gem of a last over with the hitting, but it also could have gone at the end.
I tell you who's breathing a lot easier now is Tom Ramage, because he does go magical, but he doesn't blow the game in the end. You can see that not much happening on the scoreboard apart from Riley and Sam Houghton with 67 not out and 37 not out respectively. A couple of globes in there. Pyle and Gow's didn't come off early on. Yeah, I'd be tempted to go something like maybe Houghton, Gow's and Riley at 3. Give Pyle a break, give him a different situation. Just kind of go with the guys in form, I think, because, you know, Bavaria and Rugby CC, like you said, at the moment, they are kind of 1 in, 1 out of the 4. And so it becomes important, this match 10 result, I think. 2 wickets apiece to Sukhjit Singh and Advani, who really got Rugby CC well on top. And lucky they did, because the other bowlers started to go for a few. And a couple of magicals at the end wasn't quite enough for Bavaria to steal it in the end. 5 runs in a very entertaining match 9. And once again, I want to give a big thank you to Louis. Louis, how do you feel about joining me for the second game of the night?
Yeah, well, give me a couple of minutes and we could figure it out.
I'll have to talk to Louis' agent, but I will be back, that's for sure, for match 10 in around about 15 minutes' time. But for now, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Louis the Bruce, the Prince of the Rock. And we'll be back very shortly on ECN with more cricket. You're watching the ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Well, the natural laws of nature did come back at the very end of match 9, even though the rate went up past 6 the ball. We almost saw a dramatic finish. In fact, it was dramatic anyway. Wasn't quite golden ball 51, but not quite far away either. Coming up, match 10 between Bavaria and Rugby CC, the return clash of the doubleheader. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters was with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Bavaria the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Right there, right there. Looks like a heads to me. Heads it is.
We'll have a bat.
I'm gonna bat.
Well, Ian, Tyrone and Paddy sounds like the new headline spring sensation on the GBC. It's not a sitcom you'll have to watch for too long, but it is the coin toss, and what we saw there is that Bavaria, with their regular captain back, Paddy Hatchman, they won the toss and they've elected to bat this time. So they actually came home with a wet sail, didn't they, Bavaria? Got within 5 runs of Rugby CC in that previous game. It was 131 to 126 at the end. Would have been some sort of miracle if they'd been able to get over the line. So this gives them 37%. So they've kind of gone down in the estimations of the supercomputer. But they've still got some dangerous players in there. I'm just very curious to see who opens the batting. Do you go with guys that are hot, or do you put them back on the bench? And literally, it was only about 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago that last game ended. And well, I like this. They are going out there with Jamie Riley. Makes sense. He's got his eye in, so why not? Just go straight back to the teenager. He's out there with Gowes. So, yeah, I kind of said you maybe go Houghton and Gowes. They've gone Riley and Gowes. And I like it. And then, you know, I think Pyle, he's very capable of making a contribution with the bat, but maybe a different role might just suit him, seeing it hasn't really worked for him at the top of the order. As far as Rugby CC, though, their opening bowlers, they were slow and they were very effective. So I think we'll see Sukhjit and Advani in that role once again. But having said that, Riley played this kind of bowling very well in his innings. It was a breakout innings for Jamie. Remember, his previous high score on the network was just 6 before this series. He made 67 in the first game of the night. Here we go with match 10. It's a slightly quicker one first up from Sukhjit. And Jamie's going to get 4. Well, that's pure timing. And I talked a little bit earlier about how he seems to be just kind of holding his shape a bit longer. And I like the way he just makes a slight movement with that front foot, opening up the body because the ball was there for that shot. He executed it well. Also, it means that we're seeing Sukhjit bowling to a left-hander for the first time tonight. And this is hit pretty well as well, and that's going to be 4. Wow, this young man is certainly just going through the roof before our very eyes. And that'll be a nice little set line. Not that he would be particularly nervous, he'd be feeling pretty good about himself, but a new game, you start on 0 again. It's a pretty uncomfortable score as a batter. Very good shot. Good shot selection there as well from Jamie Riley. And I also like that he's facing the first ball. Might be a quicker one. Thick outside edge. That's going to run away for another 4. 3 balls, 3 boundaries. Riley to 12. And just like that, Bavaria, they pretty much got this back to a coin toss. They started 34%. They were 48 before that ball. As Sukhjit holds his head. That's a little bit of luck you need. We saw Ataloya get away with one of those earlier. He scored a decent half century. And look, there we go. A good old-fashioned coin toss. 50-50 now between these two teams. Another entertaining match coming up, I'm sure. A little bit short in the air, but gets over the fielder. And that's a 4th consecutive boundary for Riley. Now, I've got to give some props to Paddy Hatchman here for sending Riley out. And I don't know whether he was told or whether he volunteered to face the first ball, but I just think he's kind of thrown Sukhjit for a bit of a loop. Just as a left-hander, it changes the dynamics. The other thing is Riley, like I said, he's been very confident getting forward to those slower deliveries, but he's also been very quick to get back when the situation has warranted it. This first false shot from Jamie, a little inside edge, but that's fine. 16 off the first 4. Joe Marple's behind the stumps for Rugby CC. Can Jamie take it magical? Last ball of the over coming up. Well, he probably should have. It was there for the taking. That'll be the end of the over. So I think just got a little bit of the pad of Jamie. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, flicked off the top of the pad, and Marples was in the area as well. So 4 fours and 2 dots to start this one. The big news is Riley continues on after batting so well in the last game. 16 without loss after 1. 35 days, which is exactly 5 weeks until ECL 24. Of course, because it starts on Monday morning. Now, I do have some news about when the games will start, as in what the time zone, or the time of the first game at least. It will start at 10 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Europe, which I believe would be 3:30 in the afternoon in India. And we'll have 5 games in a day. I think there may be one little half an hour extra gap somewhere in the middle, but yeah, that's going to be the time zone. So I'll say that one more time. It'll be 10 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. So work out what that is in your part of the world and make sure you put it in your diary. And Varney, as predicted, gets the second over. Gals drops his bat. It was a minor inconvenience to everyone, but Riley looks focused. Takes this one from a shade outside leg stump, hits it at Deloya. Keeps it to a single. All right, Gauss is the X factor here. Wasn't really able to produce too much in the first game, but if he gets going, he is going to be a real handful. He hits this pretty crisply, but straight at the fielder. There's Ian Latine, who's fielding down there as one of the 2 outfielders at the moment. So expected score here, 118 at the moment. Just ticked back to 117 after that ball. Score seemed to be a little bit higher than last year. So far, anyway. Jamie waits for this one, and now he's gone. So that's Ramaga that takes the catch. Jamie did turn into a half volley, but didn't get it right out of the middle. Off the outside half of the bat, it went to the infielder, and so Jamie finally falls here on night 5 for 17. And just didn't find the gap, and in the power play, you typically have more infielders in that kind of offside region. But, well, he makes 84 before he's out. That's a very good effort from Jamie, and gets them off to a good start here as well. As he departs, it's 19 for 1. Gets a good ovation as well from, it's quite a healthy crowd for a Monday night. Not sure what there is to do on a Monday night in Gibraltar. Maybe my special guest will let us know. Speaking of my special guest, he was so popular in the first game, we brought him back for the second. Louis Bruce of Turek, and of course the Gibraltarian national team, joins me back again. And well, Jamie started the game with 4 boundaries, but he's gone in just the second over, and Advani continues his good night.
Yeah, I was about to say, well bowled from Advani, really. Just hung it out there and forced him to try and manufacture something almost.
Nice catch by Tom as well. So Bavaria go back to underdog status as Rick Hatchman gets the promotion to 3. And a ball that he might have whacked onto the roof, but instead he'll have to take the wide.
Yeah, I like this partnership for a T10 though. These 2 boys can whack it really far. So if they can both get going, hopefully they can build a really good total.
Bavaria have plenty of incentives to win, because who knows, this might be the game they look back at if they miss out.
Sure.
And they'll feel they should have won. Meanwhile, it's Rick time as he goes up and out of here. Maximo! I said he might have hit the last one to 6. Last one for 6. That time he does. He bangs it into the sight screen.
That's what you got to do. Hit straight. You know, can't get away with going across the line on this. Gauss hit one earlier that I thought was really troublesome, and he got it across the line straight out to deep square, but straight.
This is
1 down the ground.
Yeah, 1 down to Fraione. He finds himself at long on. So I want to welcome back everyone in the chat as well. Hello to James, who's watching from Estonia. Trip's watching from the USA, as is Cosmic Nana, and hopefully Kitty as well. Dave B's watching from France. And this will be the end of the over. It's 27 for 1 after 2. And you can see why it's such an important game, because, well, basically, whoever loses this will be bottom of the ladder at the halfway point. That's not a comfortable place to be, Louis.
No, exactly. And, you know, we were saying earlier, it's probably the two teams that are more likely to be in that position. I mean, Tarek have a good team. Sloggers have brought out a really good team this year, so they're probably cemented.
It's an exciting scene here. Teams normally are pretty even. Hatchman hits it, turns scales around just in time.
But again, saying all that, you know, nature of T10, it only takes a couple of players to click on the night, and all of a sudden, it's a completely different game. So you could just see here, if these two can click, turns the game on its head here.
Rick just moseys down the wicket, but he's holed out, and he's picked the wrong fielder, Latine. That's why he's out there. So Rick Hatchman has to go. It's kind of a slightly prolonged 6-and-out job, and they decided to go back to Sukhjit, and it's paid dividends. It's 27 for 2.
Yeah, Ian doesn't drop too many, so probably a good spot for him to be either there, cow corner, or long on, really the hot spots of T10 cricket.
It's a difficult shot because you've got to pick the bounce just right, and we've seen a little bit of variable bounce in this pitch, just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
But he was kind of forward, but not really in control of the shot. And yeah, well, he pays the ultimate price, doesn't he? Bavaria had that bright start, but they've had trouble keeping it up as Pyle, he'll be keen to make some runs. He comes out at number 4.
I think this is a good situation as well, really. I mean, coming out of 4, 2 overs gone. He still has a bit of time to get going, but once he gets going, I've seen him play some really handy innings. So hopefully he can just find his form. Very good player, very good technically. Oh, wow.
Well, this isn't bowled. There's an off chance it might be stumped if he's nothing grounded, because it bounces off. I think it's the back pad, hits the keeper and goes onto the stumps. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe it's bowled. I think he's bowled him. Yeah, well, unless it's I'm playing tricks on me. Yeah, flicks the bails. Yeah. Well, he's gone, and then I think it does actually bounce off the keeper back onto the stumps again, but it's going to be a wicket. So it's the old double clunk, and would you believe it? Pyle's gone first ball. So I saw the ball go back on the stumps, just obviously couldn't see because the batter was in the way, and Sukhjit didn't see it either, but all's well that ends well, and just like that, Bavaria find themselves at a dangerous crossroads in this innings. It's 27 for 3.
Well, just as I was bigging him up almost, he's been given a golden Derek. That is first ball, isn't it?
It is first ball. Well, right on cue. Derek magically turns golden, and Pyle, well, he's going to go into the room of mirrors here at the Europa Sports Complex and probably wonder why he ever picked up a bat in the first place, but that's the nature of it. And yeah, I mean, that's the luck factor, isn't it? I mean, that's literally flicked the bails.
Exactly.
I mean, it's another half a centimetre and he's fine and he gets a crack, but that's just not his night with the stick.
Yeah.
As Sammy Boda comes out at number 5, and let's not forget that he's coming off a duck as well.
Yeah. Do you like, speaking of bails, do you like the Zinger bails, the light up ones?
I do like the bails. And I'll have to get clarification from Tyrone, but normally when Zingers are in use, the stumps are considered broken the moment they light up.
Yeah.
Which makes it quite easy for the officials as well.
Oh.
Probably like a run. It's amazing how mentally it just always feels very different when you're on 0 compared to any other score.
Always feel trapped.
Yeah.
Saying that, it's a bit risky to stand on the edge of the line against spin.
Yeah, you can see that. Well taken by Marples. It's a better looking shot from Boda. Finds the fielder, but he can only partially knock it down, Dylan Taylor. But yeah, this is a fantastic over from Sukhjit. In fact, that's the first run in the over.
Well, he'll be relieved. Samoth will be relieved to get off the mark for the night.
First run, but hopefully not his last. For his sake, Sukhbir has the last ball of the power play coming. Charles kind of been the silent partner. He does call out a big no there because the ball goes straight to Taylor, who's been busy in that position. It's the end of the power play. Bavaria 28 for 3. And how do you see that power play, Louis Bruce?
Interesting. 28 for 3. You'd probably like it to be a bit more, a bit less either way. So probably 35 for 2 is probably an ideal one. But they're still a batting in the shed. Obviously, Houghton who played that knock earlier on. They still have Paddy Hatchman, who's come back into the 11 tonight in game 2. So still got batting behind them, and Samarth as well. Samarth can bat really well. If he just gets his head down and plays a good knock in, just keeps on ticking along, he'll be a massive contributor tonight.
Yeah, you said it. 28 for 3 then. For the first time, they'd expected to score dips below 100.
Yeah.
It's the pressure of the wickets kind of telling. As Boda looks a lot more confident now. He's off the mark and he gets the second run as Advani, predictably, is brought back in the 4th over.
Yeah, it's funny what confidence does, isn't it? I mean, even from a batsman's point of view, if you're confident, it's a whole different game. Nikhil in for his 3rd, Advani, or 2nd now.
Proper moon ball, that one.
Really floats
order.
out.
I think Gals probably doesn't enjoy this as much as if you could bat a bit more naturally.
Yeah.
She probably feels like she'd be putting each one of these halfway to the rock or on the roof or in the water.
Yeah, I was just speaking to him in the break. He was saying he wasn't really enjoying them.
Gives you
getting
enough
floated up so
time.
high.
Gives you enough time to get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. The ball by Advani. He's had a brilliant night. Actually, lucky that their openers bowled so well when you look at their final margin of that game being only 5 runs in match 9.
That and a couple of boundary stops, and all of a sudden, if those boundaries weren't stopped, it would have been a completely different game. We were talking about the 92, but they made a real game out of it.
Wide, well taken by Marples down the leg side. Yeah, look, a few people around the ground were saying maybe that bonus point, the fact that it gave them something to play for in a situation where normally the game would be a bit hopeless. But once they kind of got there, they said, well, you know, we're actually not that far away from making a game of it. Wow, what's happened here? It's been lifted up in the air, but goes down. That's weird there because I think the umpire seemed to be running out the way. Maybe he thought the ball was coming his way. Check this out. Yeah, well, that's something new. Just deciding to take evasive action, jumping at shadows. Meanwhile, Taylor, he's going to have leather poisoning. Couldn't hang on to that one. As Advani delivers a full toss this time. Well fielded out there by Ramage. He was the man bowling that last over in the previous game. So, yeah, quite a lot of action in this series, and tonight's been no exception so far.
Yeah, there's a story behind the umpire, Michael Charge, backing away from that. There was a GPL game, as we were talking earlier, that he actually got hit as Stanley umpire and actually broke his arm, I think, or fractured his arm. So, might be a bit paranoid. As Gowes has been cleaned up, playing across the line.
Yeah, well, Gowes, he won't be too happy with his contribution tonight. Back in the side. He's going to end up with a fairly moderate starting hand in poker, pair of 4s. That one just straight in. It was too slow for show, and middle stump gets tilted back. So Bavaria have more to think about. The score is 34 for 4.
Yeah, ball from Nikhil. I mean, he's had a really good night out with the ball, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing these days. I mean, obviously, if that's happened to the umpire, then maybe there's things available these days. The helmet, obviously.
Yep.
Even things like, a chest protector. Like
I think he's got one of these shields, the plastic shields that you see.
But then that still relies on your ability to, get your arm up.
Yeah,
you know, I think, I would say box shin guards, baseball-style chest plates, helmet. Then you can stand there and kind of, not be really scared of anything. Anyway, as we get to the end of the 4th over, we'll have another look at the ECL sides. Tell you who I'm looking forward to. There's a couple of teams that are really unlucky to not have played an ECL, and one of them is Gibraltar. They qualified, but it was a Corona year. Same with Donnerstadt from Austria, and Skanderborg, they're the other one. So that's certainly a nice moment for them, because we did have 2 years, 2020 and 2021, where we couldn't hold it, just because of logistical reasons during the pandemic, and some countries had kind of playoffs between winners to go to 22. Some just kind of went with the 21 winner. Afcon Arisa, is that what you were pointing at from the Turkey team?
Looking at Gamblers CC. So
Gamblers from Portugal.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a bit about them. Oh, gone to leading edge. And Sam Houghton is going to have to go. And I do believe that's the last we'll see of him with the bat in this series. It's Latine who comes on. And, 2 years after Houghton hit Latine for a golden ball for that brought up the win on that occasion. He just plays a little bit too early here. So, well, revenge. Best served cold. This one, so cold, it's 2 years late. But Latine strikes with his first ball as well to Sam Houghton. And unfortunately for Sam, he was almost a hero in the last game. This time, it's a disappointing walk-off for a golden Derek. 35 for 5 now.
Yeah. Paddy Hatchman, you have to think, comes out to the crease now. I mean,
Yeah,
I think Ian has to bowl a bit more often, really. I think he's underused, but especially with the nature of this format, if he can land it in the right spots with the amount he turns the ball and deceives people in the air with his flight, I think he could be really dangerous. I think he's hard to hit consistently all the time. I think good players make mistakes against spin, don't they? So,
yeah, that's true. And it is Hatchman, you called it, coming out at 7. This one hangs a bit too much for the team, but it will be a single down the ground. So, I mean, there's a chance the bottom could really fall out of this innings now, and Rugby could roll Bavaria for like 60 or something like that. Interestingly, the win predictor is still predicting, the score predictor, I should say, still giving them 85 from here. I mean, their bottom 5 wickets will need to make more than their top 5 wickets.
yeah.
As Nikhil Advani does the fielding. He's been good with the hands in the field as well tonight. It's pretty cool, actually. When you got to think about how far we've come on ECN. The fact we've got these win predictor percentages and we've got the expected score. And it's quite incredible, the technology behind this.
Yeah.
This is in the air and I'll get away with it as that's well fielded there in the circle. That's Chris Camilla, who's into the side for the second game tonight.
Yeah, I think this partnership's really important now. You know, these two have to really build from this position. They have another 5 overs to bat.
Oh, they're going to go for 2. Oh, I think
yeah.
that might have been out if he'd hit, you know.
Yeah.
They think about a third. But now, after he's going to be run out. Oh, that is an absolute disaster. Because, I mean, we might have had a run out on the second run, but then it was a little bit of the hokey pokey. You put your left foot in, you put your left foot out, you shake it all about. In the end, it's run out and Boda. Oh, he'll fail again, but it's just a miscommunication. I mean, they had all day and extra, didn't they? Could have made a cup of tea, but let's see exactly where it goes wrong.
Yeah, a bit of a hands on heads moment this. If you don't hesitate here and you go for the third straight away, you probably get back, but just that bit of hesitation. Samar Boda finds himself run out and not looking too pleased.
So yeah, I'm not surprised. It'll be 2 and out. And so things go from bad to worse for Bavaria. 40 for 6 at the end of 5 overs. And now let's see, every wicket is probably going to knock that expected score down a fair bit.
Yeah.
Especially because you're losing a recognised batter. And now you are pretty concerned about getting bowled out within the 10.
2 and a wicket must be quite a rare thing
Pretty
on ECN.
rare. Pretty rare. Depends. Sometimes towards the end.
Yeah,
But yeah, you just
scrambles.
don't get many 2 and a wicket, you're right.
You don't get many
I think I've
2s.
seen a 3 and a wicket before. Seen a couple of all-run 5s on occasion as well. Sticking with the leggies as Simpson comes on to bowl over number 6 and spot on first up. And Paddy Hatchman, he'd love a few runs. Didn't really do too much with the bat the other night.
I think Simpson versus Hatchman's a good matchup, actually. You need to play him like an off-spinner. You have to try and just, if he doesn't turn it.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of gets a bit of drop more than anything, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But doesn't really get any sideways.
Skids it after it bounces as well, so
Yeah.
you can just cover off stump and play around that.
Another good bit of fielding. And once again, remember Bavaria, they got it back to 50-50 early in this contest, but looking pretty forlorn at the 12%. This one doesn't really get up, but Hatchman stays on it. He'll get a single. I got another question coming your way. I think it came from Dave in the chat asking, what got you into cricket in the first place? How did you get the cricket bug, Louis?
And this is a really good story. I don't know if I have time to... I'll say after
You got
Zach
all
finishes.
the time you need, my friend.
See this ball first.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Chawla. Plays a pretty correct shot, up-ish, but gets past the bowl. They'll get a single. So, yeah, go ahead.
So I was always a very solo sport person. You know, played a lot of tennis when I was younger, but all team sports sort of I'd got the leaflet from school and I just threw them away. I had no interest in them really.
Is that right?
Yeah. So
Well, let's prod you on
We'll
that
keep
one a
going.
bit. Why is that? Just want to play by yourself. Full toss here from Simpson, and another fairly comfortable single.
Well, I really enjoy solo sports. I think because you have to take responsibility for everything that you do. There's no hiding. If something goes wrong, it's on you. And it's very good for you mentally and everything. But yeah, got the leaflet once to go cricket. Did the same as all the rest of them, threw it away.
Okay.
And the PE teachers called my parents, forced me to go to a cricket session outside of school.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And
so
how did they know you'd be good?
I had no idea. Like, you couldn't have guessed it. I think might have maybe just hit a couple of balls decently. And then got forced down to the first session. And ever since then,
And that was it.
yeah. Just
And, okay,
yeah.
so it takes us to the end of the over as well. So 45 for 6 after 6. See that expected scores dip down to 78 now with 4 overs remaining. No surprise, really. Riley, don't forget that he started with 4 fours. So that basically tells you that in the last 32 balls, they've only managed 29.
Yeah.
And they've lost those 6 wickets as well. Okay, so I remember because I used to play a bit of tennis, but I was already fully into cricket by then. So when I played a bit of tennis, the tennis coach was always like, "Oh, you should play tennis." No, but because they're hitting sports, so there's kind of commonalities between all hitting sports, really, to a degree. This is giving me a wide, just turns a bit too much. And so, did you like cricket straight away when you started playing, or did it take you a little bit of time to get into it?
No, I think it took me a bit of time. But once I started seeing results,
And how old were you at this
I
stage?
was 9.
9, okay.
Yeah.
Full toss, Chola likes that leg side. Oh
it's
no.
4.
Well, bad news. As Nikhil finds himself in wrong territory. And, well, probably the first thing he's done wrong tonight. Puts up his hands. Well, it wasn't 6. So there's that. But the funny thing is here, he doesn't actually feel the rope under his foot.
You
Because
only
he's not
realise it
touching the
after.
rope. Good news is he wasn't touching the rope. He was 1 foot in. He was 1 foot out. Eventually he does when he comes back in to throw it. And, well, a little bit comical, but it's a bit of luck that Bavaria will gladly take as they hit the 50 now in the 7th over. Team's got pretty well so far. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hatchman found himself running. The wind resistance wasn't happening, and unfortunately, it's going to be another run out. So 2 disastrous run outs for Bavaria, crippling their innings, 50 for 7.
The crowd are up on their feet. I don't quite know who's actually fielded that. It might be Zach Simpson. If it is, that is some really good fielding.
Well, I mean, Hatchman, he was on board with it, wasn't he?
It is Zach Simpson.
Yeah, it was. And, yeah, Marple saying, give it to me, and probably had time to go to the keeper.
Yeah.
But didn't need to. And you can see Rugby CC, well, they're hungry. They don't just want to win. They want a big win here, I think.
Yeah.
And
it's an important game.
they've gone from bad to worse to whatever's below that. And there's almost teammate on teammate collisions there as well in the celebrations. 50 for 7. And Paddy cannot take a trick either. He gone for another cheap score.
It's not been a series so far.
So I'm trying to work out how old you are. You're 18 now, right?
Yeah.
So it's 9 years ago you started playing. So for some of our older viewers, 9 years ago now is 2015. So it's probably 2014 or 2015, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when this guy first picked up a bat, which for me is crazy because I stopped playing at a serious level in 2010 or 11. But anyway, before you'd even taken it up.
Oh,
And now
God.
you're playing international cricket. Oh, typical. Chola. At the other end now is new partner in Atwood, who is certainly going to have to do something to get Bavaria up. I mean, maybe an ugly 70 or 80 here.
Well,
maybe
exactly.
it plays if you can get some early wickets. Rugby had their own issues with the bat the other night.
All it takes is to break that opening partnership, really, and then all of a sudden you're into players who haven't really had that much of a bat tonight. I mean, that's well bowled. Teo sort of dominated the batting for Rugby,
True.
really.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, so it took you a while to get into it, but then, and so when you're 9, so it's probably not hardball cricket at that stage, is it? Is it more the modified?
Yeah, it was
version?
more wind ball sort of thing.
Yep. Ooh, well, that could have
A
gone
lot
anywhere.
of flight.
Yeah, Latine hasn't bowled too many bad balls in his spell tonight. It's a good sign. Better conditions for him tonight.
Yeah.
His wrist spin. All right, and then is that the kind of version of cricket where if you get out, you're not actually out? Is that kind of the first cricket you played? Or
Yeah, so it was
Well,
more.
worried about this one, but it
Yep.
evades the fielder. That'll be the end of the over. The score is 52 for 7. Latine 1 for 13 off his 2. Pretty good start to his series. We'll come back to that in a moment, Louis, but quickly let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And I know that all of our viewers are really enjoying this series. It's a pity that pretty much we're halfway through it when we get to tomorrow night. It's night 6 of 11. Pirates back on deck against Sloggers. Tell us a bit about those two teams and how do you see that shaping up?
I think Sloggers are a really strong team this tournament, really. I think they've brought out Dylan Henschel.
Yeah.
First I'd ever seen of him was the other night. First ball I'd faced.
Yeah. Seemed to hurry up a little bit first ball.
First ball I'd faced in a while, to be fair.
Yeah.
Never seen him before, just heard a bit about him, so had a bit of an idea of what was coming, but didn't see what he was doing with the bat. Really good ball striker, just clean striking through the ball. Hits a really long one. So they're a good team, and you know, Lee Rimmer hasn't quite found his feet yet, hasn't quite got into form, but if he clicks as well.
But yeah, definitely has another gear with the bat.
Yeah.
Played a bit of cricket with Lee. Teo gets the bowl, and first one ties up Chorley. Just can't find his timing tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and from there, you progressed, and how long would you say you played cricket before you thought, no, this is for me, I'm gonna be pretty serious about this?
Probably a couple of years.
Yeah.
See this ball, it's jumped a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Mix
Oh,
up.
a bit worried there with the stutter step. Oh, now they're going to come for
turn
two. This is
blind.
definitely a third run out coming up. Well, maybe not. I mean, the throw took forever to come back. But that's Chorley. That isn't uphill to that end, I'll tell you that much. It seems like it. But look at that throw. Better throw. He was in a lot of trouble. But came back at a snail's pace. So good on you for sticking with it. Obviously, do you remember who that teacher was?
Yeah.
Back in primary school?
Yeah. Well, teacher, yeah. So it's, can't remember her first name, but McNally, who played for Gibraltar in the last ECIW series in Gibraltar. So, if you can get her name up. I think we spoke about it as well, or at least I spoke about it with Joe.
Yeah.
So, she was the one who got...
Christine McNally, yeah.
Christine
Mrs.
McNally.
McNally.
Yeah, Miss McNally.
That's awesome. That's a great story. And that's the thing. With kids, you never want to force them because you need to have it in you. And obviously, once it was in you, you're probably practicing all the time, always had a ball in your hands, bat in your hands. It kind of gets in your blood. And I was like that. I had an unusual kind of entry into cricket as well myself. At the lawyer. Well, this is Gundy with a capital G. Probably lucky it's only a wide. Good stuff by Marples there. But I didn't have a family history of cricket or anything, but I got out a book when I was in second grade, so I was 7 years old. I liked the sports section for some reason. 796. You probably don't have that system anymore. Dewey Decimal System. Hit down the ground this time.
No idea.
Just a single. Yeah, so I get out a sport book every week, and I got the cricket book, and it kind of had the basic rules, and then I'd take out a cricket book every week, and I had a lot of these ways you could practice, either on your own or with a group of people, all these different kind of, I used to play a little wall cricket, throw the ball against the wall and hit it. And yeah, I started watching on TV and just fell in love with it. The West Indies were still very strong at that time. They were a very exciting team. See, they're a little bit worried. Uh-oh. Well, if he's gone, and he is gone. Well, a third run out, and well, the writing's on the wall. That's a lawyer. Let's not beat about the bush. He's not the quickest to the ball. He's a guy that we thought might have cracked his ribs, but you got to get through a bit of the tough stuff before you get there. He has a fair look at the stumps and runs out Atwood for just a single, and it's 56 for 8.
Yeah, bit of a mix-up again. I think the running's just gone. The running's let them down really in this innings. You know, Paddy's run out massive. That was off some good fielding though. Samas run out massive. That was pure confusion. That's confusion as well. So, you know, they're cooking themselves a little bit here as young Alex Sawyer walks out to the crease.
That's true. Let's see what Sawyer can do.
Getting some support from the crowd.
Yeah, and like I said, an ugly 70 odd even from here. Get some early wickets, you never know. But yeah, with me, then I got into it. I started playing probably at a similar age, 8 or 9 then, by the time I actually got to play. I think it was like kind of the end of a season when I first kind of was learning about it. Then I had the winter, I kept practicing, and then was ready to go. And I still remember things like my first 6. I think the first season I played, it was kind of plastic ball kind of stuff. And then the next season it was more a kind of hybrid ball, so not quite hard, but you know, you're playing with a wooden bat. I remember my first 6 was a cut shot. I still remember that. And then I remember then going and actually playing a year up when I got into hardball cricket. And yeah,
see, I don't remember those sort of things.
Yeah, it's a strange one. That memories held me in good stead here at ECN. Sawyer, let's first one go through it. Big innie from Ataloya, who has much easier time with the ball in this game. And he can possibly still bowl another over. 56 for 8 after 8. So yeah, little things like, I still remember I was determined to get a 50.
Right.
And at that stage, when I first played hardball cricket, I got 11 first game. I had a bat that I got for Christmas that was way too heavy for me. Couldn't lift this thing. And I got 11 first game, and everyone's like, oh, he's a year up, and he's still little, and then I got 5 consecutive ducks.
Nice.
But I never wanted to get that first ball. I was so determined not to get a golden duck, so I would like block the first one, try and smash the second one, and I got at least 2 or 3 second ballers in there. Bowled him, and Simpson
Speaking of first ballers,
gets a ninth wicket. Yeah, well, it's not working out too well, to say the least, at the moment.
tell you what, Golden Derek's having a night out tonight.
Yes, he's 24 carat magic and 56 for 9. And I want to see the excess after this. I'd be surprised if it's really up in the 60s. Pretty well bowled by Simpson, though. Gets it straight, gets that little in drift. That's his trademark, isn't it? And Bavaria, some of it's been good bowling they've come up against. Some of it's just been self-inflicted. But, well, we saw them backs to the wall earlier on. And it's going to be that way again as Sawyer goes first ball. 56 for 9.
Yeah, seems like a bit of a struggle now. I think they'll have to settle for something in the 60s, but, you never know.
Even that 60
Even if,
isn't a guarantee at the moment. Yeah, so
you never had a cricketing background?
Yeah, so I had to teach I was talking about this in the break time. I had to teach my dad to bowl.
Right.
Because he was born in Malaysia, and although he has some Indian heritage, but he was born in Malaysia, and never played cricket, never really heard about it too much. All right, Sukhjit. Oh, that's gone. Oh, it's probably not on either with 11 balls still on the table. I said Sukhjit, but of course what I meant was Sajjan Singh coming out for Bavaria. And Zachary Simpson will be stuck on a hat-trick because that's the wicket's all gone. And like I said, 11 balls left at this stage, and Sajjan goes down the river without a paddle. Easy stumping for Marples, and Bavaria all out for 56. A bit of a disaster. And what this does really opens up Rugby CC to get the bonus point. Because if they can chase 57 in 7 overs, which is about 8 and over, then they're going to get a 4-point jump on Bavaria, who find themselves in some kind of a mess. Having said that, Louis, we did have 56 that was defended successfully in 2023 in the Croatian series by the Slovenian side, Ljubljana. So it has been done. 56, the only score ever defended. But, yeah, well, Bavaria won the toss, elected to the bat, had 16 runs, don't forget, in the first 4 balls. Then they lose all 10 wickets. Before you know it, this innings is over before it's time. Yeah, they were kind of cruising early on. Lost their first wicket at 19. That means they lose all 10 wickets for 37. At Riley, early on, he looked very good. But once he got out, it was the beginning of the end. From that point, they only hit 1 single boundary in the rest of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, Riley started well. Hatchman came out, played a couple of shots. But other than that, there wasn't really too much to write home about. Hauled out here to Ian. Out to deep square leg, Ian Latine. Safe as you like, doesn't drop too many.
Yeah.
And from there, it was a bit of a telephone number.
It really was. I mean, Riley with those 4 boundaries, but like I said, just 1-4 in the rest of the innings. 1-6 to Hatchman. You saw that one a moment ago. Well, that wasn't necessarily perfect by Rugby CC, but it was pretty good. And once again, Advani having a very good night. But these 3 run-outs really came back to cost them as well. It's one thing if you have your opposition getting you out, but this is a little bit of a misjudgment from Houghton, who renews his old rivalry with Latine, but doesn't last too long. A golden duck, and this was a bit of a shocker, really. I mean, that would have been out if that had hit. Bowler had 1 stump to aim at, and then Boda, like a stop-start penalty in Formula 1, he had to go. And really, the rest, the Bavarian team won't want to see. And they even had that little gift as Advani stepped over the rope, even though he didn't realise it. Little nod from the camera as well. I like that. That might be Giannis who's up there. And yeah, Zach Simpson hit the stumps. You know, you've got to give credit to Rugby CC. They made the most of these opportunities.
Well, exactly. You know, you can say that Bavaria have themselves to blame for a few dismissals, but it was helped by Rugby. I mean, that bit of fielding from Zachary Simpson, this even from Teo, had a couple of seconds to look at it, threw him down. So, you know, they capitalised on the opportunities and they find themselves with a pretty simple target to chase.
Yeah, they do. And Chawla, he did score double figures, the only other player except for Riley to do so, but he ran out of partners in the end. 11 off 14. Maybe a bit of inexperience there from Sajjan Singh. It just kind of
11
didn't
balls
really
to
need
go.
to charge at that. Probably wasn't the play. And good work by Marples to finish things off. So, yeah, in the end, it's not a scorecard that Bavaria will want to see, because they lose all 10 wickets and they lose them in 50 balls. And that was despite the good start they had with Jamie Riley hitting 4 fours off the first 4 balls of the innings, but also good discipline, I think, from the bowlers. That's something that has been missing maybe a little bit at times tonight. Just 4 wides in the completed innings, and they were all of those extras. So, yeah, credit to the Rugby CC bowling lineup, including Latine, who unleashed himself for the first time in the series.
Exactly. I think, they've bowled well. They've bowled tidily. Only 4 wides, as Vinny said, but, you can only play what's in front of you, and they've done well, the Rugby boys. So 56 to chase. I'm sure they're not going to be too concerned.
Yeah.
You wouldn't hope so.
I think the 7 overs is definitely on the minds of Rugby CC and Bavaria. Now have an extra incentive to at least try and push the game to an 8th and grab another point out of the fire. But yeah, well done to all the bowlers. And Teo, much improved from him as well, none for 4. But 2 for Sukhjit, as well as Advani and Zach Simpson as well, who finished the innings off in consecutive deliveries. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 57 is the target for the Rugby CC batting lineup. Will they do it with a 3-point win or a 4-point win? Or will we have a world record equaled and have Bavaria somehow defend this 56? Join us after this break to find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with young Louis Bruce, and we're back shortly with the final innings of Night 5 here in the ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. The lights are on, but there was nobody home really for Bavaria in the first half of this game. All out for 56. And that really does open things up for Rugby CC to gain 4 points in this game. If they can chase 57 in 7 overs, that's exactly what they'll do. If you're a believer in miracles, then somehow if Bavaria can restrict Rugby CC to 39 or less, then they would get all 4 points. And you probably laugh at that, but there was a game, Prague Tigers on their first day of ECN cricket. They made 60. And we were just expecting for an early lunch there, but they were able to keep Barbarians in Prague to 34. And that was, for a long time, the lowest score defended. It has since been done. Sammy Boda is going to get going. Looks like he's going to bowl a bit of spin here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo here on a Monday night for ECN to take you through the action as Boda, a little bit short. This is cracked by Ataloye, and it's not a great start at all for Bavaria. It's 4 runs to Big Teo. Louis Bruce joins me once again for the last innings of the night, and Bavaria, it's been a pretty miserable game for them so far. And this didn't improve their feelings either.
Well, Samath always says that he wants to bowl spin in a game, so finally has the chance to, and it's not really started well, has it?
It'll be a great story if he can take 5 or 6 for here. Channel Lorne Burns. Well, there's a leggy. There's an off spinner first ball. They probably feels like there's nothing to lose here. Maybe you can just do something mercurial. There's a game called the Miracle Match. It was in the 70s, before my time. I wasn't born. But West Australia versus Queensland in a 50-over game. It's a bowl by Boda. Pretty accurate so far for those leggies.
He's not a bad spinner, to be fair. I've faced him in nets quite a lot when he bowls spin.
You can see there, lowest total defended was that 60 by Prague Tigers, 60 to 34, but Ljubljana 56 to 46 against Zagreb Assassins. Both those teams, Ljubljana and Zagreb Assassins, they're both in the ECL as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
Watch out for them. Well bowled again. Yeah, Boda's
Nice field
certainly
position,
showing. It's probably not, the spinners have had success, so if you can bowl it, why not?
Well, I'm very tempted to. I'm tempted to rock up off 3 steps and just toss them up.
It is a bit unfair, spinners exert much less energy.
Well, in this as well, they just take wickets for fun, don't they?
Do. That's true. There's an offie. Yeah, well bowled. So Boda, oh, well, so far so good.
Tidy off the boundary.
Yeah, so look, I suppose you just got to keep playing the next ball, try and win the next ball. If you can put together enough wins, then maybe it can be competitive. Like I said, has been done before. 40 guarantees Rugby a point, but I think they feel pretty confident about 57. Lawyer hits it down the ground and sends back Ian Latine, who is yet to face, but he will face soon, because that's the end of the first over. Well bowled, Sammy, showing his versatility. It's 4 without loss.
Yeah, he's always said it. He's always threatened it, and you know, I faced him in nets, and I actually said to him today and downstairs, why don't you just bowl spin today?
Well, length is everything.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, length is everything there. Went a bit too short first ball and copped it. Obviously, you don't want to bowl a big hanging full toss either. But if you can be in the middle, you're going to have good results, and he did.
Well, it takes a little change of pace as well, and all of a sudden you're really in the game.
Could this be the lowest scoring golden ball we've ever seen? 56 apiece. If I've learnt anything here on ECN in over 3,000 matches I've commentated, it's expect the unexpected. So here we go with the second over, and it's Chawla getting a bowl to Ian Latine. This one jumps a bit on Ian, but then he jumps it over the mid-off, and he's going to get 4. So both overs starting with the boundary so far.
Yeah, pretty simple for Ian. Just saw the ball, saw the mid-off was up, and just wanted to hit it over. He's got enough time, he's got enough power, so not too difficult, even off that length.
Just think about how much this might make a difference on the table if it's a 4-0 win versus a 3-1 between these two. Well, Latine had this ball dropping on him. He turned it into a low full toss.
Well fielded.
Yeah, Paddy Hatchman did well, got down to his left. And I do hear that Paddy has just started a new job, and that's why he couldn't get off quite early enough to get here for the first game. So good on him. Hopefully he can keep it. And well, maybe some of his new workmates are tuning in tonight to see the high-profile skipper of Bavaria. Having said that, it's like the way things are going, you might have an extra half an hour's sleep to keep him fresh in the morning. Sam Houghton. Fortunately, he does have to leave to go back to Croatia tomorrow. So this is the last we'll see of him. I wonder if we'll get a bowl, you know. Not the worst bowler.
Get a catch.
Yeah, just away from him though, but that's going to be 4. So Latine, again, he's well equipped to deal with the slower stuff. And he's got a very good eye, Ian. That's something that's very obvious. Look at how he turns that into something a lot fuller than it actually was. Feels comfortable whacking it leg side and gets 4 more.
Yep, not too many problems. Use his feet well. That's the key to it, really. Once you've got the length, you can hit it anywhere you want within reason.
Now he should be gone. He is. Goes to the well once too often. Nice keeping by Pyle back there as well. Latine takes the bait. Could have hit this straight. Could have hit this pretty much anywhere he wanted. But he wanted to go the hoik. And maybe Bavaria can get something out of this game. Like they have done, is removed the Rugby CC skipper for 9. The score 14 for 1.
Well, I'm going to claim commentator's curse there, because I was just saying how well he used his feet and he could hit the ball anywhere. And all of a sudden, tries to almost play a walking down the track sweep.
Yeah, you know, that's a really classic case of a batter, you know, getting down to the pitch of the ball or close to it, but then just, you know, losing that shape. And we talked about shape a lot tonight, but it is important. And he could always bail out of that and just knock it down the ground for 1. He hasn't quite got there, but yeah, Ian probably getting a bit greedy there. Maybe thinking about that 7 overs, for example, but he's going to have to go for it. He's on a pair, and he'll survive, but he won't score as yet. Shola comes back well in that over, and Rugby CC 14 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, that's Ian's hot zone, though, really. So he targets that, because of the way he holds the bat, he targets that area. So maybe playing it with a straighter bat isn't so natural for him.
But, I mean, he still had the option
Yeah.
of kind of covering the line of the ball with his pads and then playing a similar shot. I think that's where he kind of went wrong. Yeah, and if you get hit in the pads that far down, you're pretty much not going to be LBW. So it's very easy when you're just watching from a long distance like we are. But Ian probably learned something from that dismissal. Even the good players, they never stop learning. Well, after Lawyer, so annoyed that he mishits this, and he turns his back on his partner, Frayone. There's Gars. Hope we see some more of him in this series. He's really fun to watch. Just missed out with the bat tonight.
Yeah, hopefully he keeps playing. I mean, he is good fun. He's good fun to be around as well on the pitch.
No ball called. And it's hit down the ground. Pretty good stop once again by Hatchman. Boda is coming back with more spin in the 3rd. I wonder what this is no ball for.
Surely not a front foot, no ball off a spinner.
No, but maybe it was back foot. I'm curious. Is it back foot? No. No.
Doesn't look like front foot either.
I don't know what that was for. Must have been I'm going to say it must be a field thing. That they're both umpires are constantly checking. So the fact it was done in the instant delivery, but it wasn't for a foot. That's all I can think it was. Try and get confirmation for that. Anyway, Frayone, he's going to hit this down the ground. He's a free hit, but it's hit straight down to Paddy Hatchman. He keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I mean, even Teo probably had enough time to hear the no ball call and then hit it.
Glass half full. Does give Boda another ball to take a wicket potentially.
Yep. Got bowled.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like what he's doing here.
I don't know if it's intentional, but that fielding position is also quite handy for the way he's bowling.
Yeah,
the way
definitely.
Teo's playing it.
It's a kind of bailout shot.
Yeah.
If you're not quite there.
Dab.
As a right-hander, yeah.
Just tap it.
He's loving it though. It's nice to see some smiles on the faces, even though he wasn't really smiley when he was run out going for the 3rd. There's the off. He has a bit of change of pace as well. I have noticed when he's bowling seam up, he's got a very good slow ball that he disguises as well.
He's developed that recently, to be fair. He disguises it really well. You can't really pick it when.
You know, and I've seen Sammy, and I do like his pace on bowling, but just the way the game's going these days, I just think this skill might be a bit more effective at the higher levels.
Yeah.
That I know he wants to play. All right, well, they run. It forces a fumble from Jamie Riley, a rare one. Of course, we haven't quite seen Jamie with the ball yet in this innings. So you know, he's another one they've got up their sleeve. If they can push it, essentially what Bavaria are trying to do is at least take the game to an 8th over. If they can do that, they get a point.
I mean, speaking of slower balls, let's talk about after this ball.
It's well bowled as well. And so Boda, none for 8. Well, Sammy, you might have just discovered something tonight in a match situation that I think could take a long way. mixture of offies and leggies, and only 8 conceded. 18 for 1 after 3.
It's not bad over, all things considered. T10 only going for 4. You'll take that, especially on your first day as a spinner.
You see there's a tooth missing.
Yeah.
He only went 2 balls into the 9th over there, and yeah, it was after a decent start as well, as we've said a few times. Hello to Egan Dantis, who's popped into the chat. Good to see you with us, as Chawla is going to bowl the 4th. So they're kind of copycat tacticking this innings, aren't they? Going their version of Sukhjit and Advani in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, makes sense.
This one hangs up, and Ataloya will get it just over the fielder and gets 4. It was a bit short from Chawla, but the thing is with these flat bat shots, you better judge the bounce perfectly. And it's a bit top edgy, but enough from Ataloya to get him the distance, 4 runs.
He just sits back in his crease, really. Just sits back, sees the length, and just sort of swings a bit quicker.
Doesn't bounce too far, but Ataloya reacts well to it. I had confirmation that no ball that we were talking about last over, it was for 3 outfielders.
Right.
And so we were right about that. I've got a question from Dave in the chat for you. Because you know how 2 ducks is a pair, and there's even words for 4. Like 4 is like an Audi, because they're like 5's the Olympic rings. I don't know about 6. Got him. And Freyone has a bit of a miserable night at the office. He gets 1 run, but that's the only run he'll score here on night 5. Chawla with some spin to win, 23 for 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't say game on, but it's interesting. This is the way they're going about this chase. I think they're going really sort of conservatively towards it. I think they're just trying to knock it off, run a ball style, but you could go the other way and try and just blast it and finish it in 2 overs.
I mean, that's a pretty attacking stroke from Freyone, but it goes wrong. Not the first time we've seen batters out to that kind of a delivery. Kind of turning back in from outside off stump, hitting the off stump. I know that Mark Williams has taken a bunch of wickets in this series with some off spin. So yeah, these balls endangering the stumps, and quite a few have rattled them. Advani comes out at number 4. Yeah, so what we're missing is an expression for 3 ducks. If you make 3 ducks in a row. And well, Dave's asking because he's the man that came up with it. Do you know what he calls 3 ducks in a row?
No idea.
An omelette. It's clever.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, even though, takes me to a great food chat story. Give me a second.
God.
Chawla to Advani. Another one that keeps down. This time should be cut off by Houghton. It's just a single. Yeah, so 3-egg omelette. That's probably the most common number of eggs in an omelette. You an omelette kind of guy, Louis?
I do. I like an omelette, to be fair.
Omelette too. Do you like lots of stuff in it?
No.
Give me your perfect omelette.
Ham and cheese. And some nice herbs.
Simple man.
That's it. Very simple.
Louis. I like a bit of everything. You know, I like a bit of chili in my omelette as well. But I've got to tell you this food story. Well, Ataloya was collateral damage the other night at the non-striker's end. That time he gets Advani to duck, but it'll just be a single. So when I was in Seattle, a few years ago now, I was in Seattle for work, and in the northwest of the United States. And my friend there told me about a place where they do monster omelettes.
I've heard about a couple of these places. Almost eating challenges.
Yeah, so this one I don't think was like a communication breakdown, but
Need to get rid of the ball there.
in time. Probably not one of the greater throws I've ever seen. And I think he has kind of paralysed by choice there. There's Sawyer, who
Both ends were good.
yeah, then through to neither. That's a lawyer. He's got a bit of the ins and arms about his running style, I've got to say that.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's coming, sometimes he's going. And proper teapot job there from Sawyer as we get to the end of the 4th over. Rugby CC 25 for 2 now. They just need to survive 3 more overs without losing and Bavaria get a point.
Yep.
And now coming up tomorrow, Royals versus the Lions in the first half of the day, then Amdocs versus Black Caps. Amdocs are one of the most improved teams in Europe, you know. Go back and watch them in 2020. They hadn't won a game for 18 months
Oh, wow.
at one stage, but they are competitive now, but they've got the Black Caps tomorrow. That'll be a tough one. Sajan gets a bowl in the 5th over. First one just straightens down the line a bit. Wraps the pad, but no run. Yeah, so this omelette place, I think it's called Beth's. They had 2 types of omelette, 6 or 12 eggs. Right? A lot of college students went in there.
Right.
So, I mean, you know what I went for. Whoa. It's been called. It's been an interesting one because, I mean, It looked like it was going to be high. It didn't end up as high. Probably was. I mean, if you're in doubt, I think.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, is it waist high or above?
Yeah.
Probably. It's a good call, I think, in the end. But funny enough, I mean, that was stump height.
Well,
So
if it was
would've
straight,
hit
it would have hit the
stumps.
stumps, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, free hit coming up. That's a lawyer. Wow.
Do you think the decision changes if it hits the stumps? Because I think
Well,
that's when they look at it and they go,
no,
well,
I
it hit
mean,
the stumps.
You're probably less likely to call it in the field because you think on the field, surely not.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't. I mean, we obviously would probably have a look at it and then make the decision impartially. Meanwhile, it's free hit time at Deloya. A bit more comfortable. First he did the old walk away like Craig David, and next ball he just hammers it over the leg side. Maximo!
Yeah,
Something
simple
Bavaria
cricket now.
have another sort of a problem. Just when they were looking okay, maybe to get a point out of this game. Yeah, so yeah, the 12-egg omelette was massive, and it was. I mean, pictures don't really do it justice.
No.
I tried to do a picture with my hand to give for a bit of proportion. I can tell you, I got through exactly half of it.
Wow.
Exactly half. But they do let you take it away. So
Yeah, I
that's
was about
nice
to say,
as well.
yeah.
But these big college guys coming in there talking a big game.
And a lot of them just can't get anywhere near
Useless.
quarter.
I'm thinking going back to Seattle just to go back to that place, though. All right, this is lifted up next side as well, but he's going to have to go. Houghton takes the catch. And so that's a pretty handy blow as well because it means the top three are back in the shed. And Bavaria just trying so hard. They've got to survive another 2.5 overs. I think they're pretty happy to see the back of Teo for 19, and the score is 32 for 3.
Yeah, every point's crucial in this, so especially for that 5th spot, and even for 1 and 2, every single point you can grab is crucial. So Bavaria will be trying to hang on as much as they can for this 1 point. I think they have to hang on to, what, over 7?
Yeah, so, I mean, you have to, get into an 8th over, essentially.
Right.
If you can get into an 8th over as a fielding side, then you've done enough. But Teo certainly didn't let us down in the entertainment department tonight either.
Nope.
He's one of my favourites here, I've got to say. Love the way he plays his cricket. And
He's a good character.
yeah, when I see people like that, I mean, he's even older than me, Teo, even though he probably doesn't look it. But he's still playing and playing really well. Marples gets a hit.
Oh,
First one keeps low. And now, bowler's end could be on. Good dive. I think Marples might have been in anyway, but yeah, I like that once he hears the call, he's not sitting around waiting and thinking and hesitating. He is running and running flat chat. And I have a feeling here the dive might have just saved him.
he
Let's have
loves a
look.
great dive, does Marples.
Yeah, it's good technique.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's the Superman dive, we call that. As this is lifted up by Advani, up and over the offside, into a gap, and Riley can't cut it off. So Sajjan has his moments in that over, but in the end, he'll go for 12, and at the 5 over mark, the score is 37 for 3.
Yeah. And there's not really too much to say. Looking like quite a routine chase, really.
You probably know I played indoor cricket for Australia in
Yeah.
the kind of the version that was invented in Australia. And diving is huge in that. So we actually did a few tests about, we time if we dived or if we just ran normally.
Right.
And we found that the dive probably gets you about an extra metre. And think about all the times where, and that's if you know how to dive. That was the
Exactly,
thing.
yeah.
So, we used to do a lot of diving practice on gym mats originally,
Yeah.
just getting the technique right, trying to get the bat grounded and staying grounded, not bouncing up.
Yeah.
And there's two kind of versions. You got the one arm or the two arm kind of Superman dive, we call it. And yeah, it's a skill. It's
I
a
don't
really
think you see
important
the one
skill.
arm very often, really.
Yeah, the one arm is cool when they do it. I can't do it. I'm a two armer. I suppose there's less friction. Anyway, Riley gets a bowl here in over number 6, and he gets the dot first ball. But I've got to tell you something. Some of these indoor cricketers, they're pretty sneaky. Some of them started even putting like dishwashing liquid on their shirt to try and slide more. Now, you can imagine that didn't last too long
Well,
because
yeah.
do you know what happens when you slide on the court with dishwashing liquid on your shirt?
Yeah.
Gets a bit slippery for the people trying to play on it. So that was...
Must have just kept going.
there was nothing in the rules. That's what their argument. I said, wasn't mine. It was a bit before my time. What are other some interesting things? We were on ABC, which is like the BBC
Yep.
version of Australia, and I heard this story, but I don't know if it's true. The ball's yellow in indoor cricket in
Yeah.
Australia, and it was a televised game. Someone ran in and bowled a lemon first ball. Like I'd put a lemon out and they'd switch the ball for a lemon as a joke. And I heard they got suspended for 4 years.
No, that's a bit harsh.
Don't you reckon?
Is that not a wide?
He probably thinks that he's walked before the ball's bowled. I don't think he really moves before the delivery.
I think he moves a lot, to be fair.
See, that
Yeah,
should be
wide.
That's a classic case of, yeah, probably overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a trigger movement there, but
Well, he hasn't got any further than off stump, so
yeah, that's right. Anyway, probably handy for Bavaria.
that's nice. No,
Well, okay.
that's not a wide.
He's not, but it's the good old-fashioned. It's a good old-fashioned square up. To be honest, if he called this wide, it would have been your classic 2 wrongs make a right. In the end, I like that he has gone to adjust the glasses as if that was his plan all
Smooth.
along. Is in, you know, when the umpire goes to give it out and they end up like kind of scratching their nose or whatever. But I've never seen it done on a wide. I've got to give him 10 points for innovation. Now he
There,
can.
he gets it
there
right.
we go. So I got to say, it's been entertaining. And look, let's give the umpires a shout out. They've been sensational.
They have,
in
yeah.
this tournament. I mean, everyone's going to have their moments. So, you know, you got to realize that human beings are a big part of the fabric of the game here. So, yeah, no issues there at all. All right. Now,
Shouldn't be a wide either.
yeah, okay. Now we're square. All right?
2-2.
That's right. We're square now. So the net result of this, for me, is the right amount of runs and right amount of wides. Hey, but you know what's happening here? They need 17 off 8 right now.
Yeah.
That's what they need. 17 off 8, Rugby CC, to get all the points. And like I said, it's the difference between gaining 4 points on Bavaria or just gaining 2 points on them. So
Exactly.
it's a big 8 balls coming up. You can see they're having trouble getting Riley away.
I don't know if they know.
Yeah, I think they would, especially sometimes you might not be so sure or find it hard to remember the runs target. But the 7 overs never changes, right? So
Well, I don't know. I'd bat a different way if I knew about this. It seems
Yeah.
a bit sort of we're going to just cruise it to the end.
I mean, a bit of extra TV time. Let's see. Well, that's
Ooh,
going to be a
it's
no
no
ball. Well, I mean, it did get called. I mean, he wants the call. Let's see.
That should definitely be a no ball.
This one. Yeah, okay, he's on the charge a little bit, but I still think it's hitting him high. It's not really coming down, right? And it's above his waist at that point. He's kind of on his tiptoes too.
I don't think he walks down enough to warrant it not being a no ball, really.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to call it. I've got to say, that's a bit of a surprise. And now he's going to get a wicket. So,
Wow.
well, it wasn't called in the end. It's funny. Well, I got to say, this is a bit of the old. It must have been called. I mean, I didn't see a signal. I mean, I had a good look at the umpires. Maybe they signaled it so fast that I missed it. So, I mean, that might have happened. But yeah, okay, it was actually a no ball. Okay,
I'm confused.
and then once again, it's the old trigger. It's the finger goes in, finger goes back. Well, I'm
Power
gonna
tried to stump him as well.
yeah, I'll give him credit because they must have signaled it so fast the ball before that I missed it. I had a good look. But anyway, that is the end of the over. And the score is going to be, hold the phone. It's only 4 off the over. There was 2 wides and a no ball and a single in that over. It's 41 for 3 after 6. Right. Hey, game within a game here, Louis.
Yeah.
By the way, if they could keep delivering some overs like that.
Well, exactly. Well,
It's a bit like, well, we said that last time when we were
Yeah,
talking about the bonus
true.
point. And in the end, there was a game on. All right, here we go with Hatchman.
oh my word.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a friendly zone going on at the moment in this. And Big Rick, I wouldn't want to be the one to call him for a wide, but this for me is a wide as
I've
well.
over the last
this
5
time-
minutes, I'm lost.
I mean, the umpire was flapping the arms so much I thought he might take off at one point in that last over. But anyway, makes it 16 off 5. Marple's hit and run. And get a single. It's partially knocked down by Gals. I mean, this would be some sort of effort from Bavaria if they could take a point out of this game after only making 56.
I don't even know what I'm watching anymore, really.
No, this is the beauty of ECN at night as well. And everyone
Oh.
knows things are 30% more crazy at night. Here's Rick. Well, full toss, lets himself down, but guess what? Fielder there.
Wow.
Sajan. one of the best hairstyles in the tournament, bar none.
You could call that genius fielding positioning.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably clever. It's not like these two have done too much damage in front of the wicket. So, yeah, it protects a ball that flies pretty quickly. Is that real with that hair?
Yeah.
Actually, my hair used to look like that.
Oh, really?
That's a scary thing.
Oh, don't play back to that.
I think they're going to do it now because even with 2 sixes, it's not enough. And yeah, now you start going, all right, Riley's still got an over to go. They found it hard to get him away. There was only 1 run off the bat in his last over.
Who else do they have?
You've still got Sajjan to come back. I mean, they've got other options as well.
I mean, call me crazy, but Paddy Hatchman would actually be perfect on this pitch bowling. I don't know if anyone's seen him on the network.
Haven't seen Gow's bowled in this game either. So he's an option you got up your sleeve. So it's a proper nail biter. And if it does get close, we're going to start trying to micro-analyze that 6th over. But having said that, I do think that all the calls evened out like perfectly.
Yeah, just the way the world spins, isn't it? It all comes back round.
It bowled him off the free hit.
Off the free
that
hit,
could have easily just zipped back for 4.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, although Sajjan's down there, he's like a goalkeeper down there. And he'll keep it to 1. It's the end of 7. And Rugby are 45 for 3.
So does that mean Bavaria get a point?
Yeah, they've got the point out of the game. Well done.
There you go.
To Bavaria.
Same as last game.
Yeah.
Got the point, and now there's maybe something.
Now, last game they just pulled out 8th, 9th, and 10th overs from heaven. Well, it wasn't quite enough to get them over the line. I'll give Joey Marples a little free tip in a moment. But first, let's talk about tomorrow. Pirates versus Sloggers, live from the Rock here in Gibraltar. 17:45 GMT, 18:45 in Central Europe, and 23:15. So 45 before midnight in India. Stay up late with us. All right, 8th over. Can they make a game out of this? That's all you have to do at this stage. For Joey, I was going to say, on a free hit, you might as well keep back. So, if that had bounced off the stumps, you got no chance. And even a little edge or something, you can't get a stumping off a free hit.
Joey or Pyle?
Sorry, Pyle. Pardon me. Yeah, Joey's batting. Yeah, no, so that's just a little bit of a little tip for Chris to think about. Oh, wow. I like this one. And I think
that's awesome keeping.
Yeah, it's about as quick as you like. It's shotgun tactics, and already I think Marples knows he's in trouble. I think his back foot just, does it drag? All right, let's check it out in the replay. He's so fast with those hands. Harry Pyle, oh yeah.
Wow.
And I think umpire pretty confident. There we go. They're well gone by then, and he's still on the way back.
That is such good keeping from Pyle.
There's the shot there, and you can see he's half on the line, but only half and nothing behind the line. Umpire's ready to give it, but then says, look, we'll go upstairs. And, well,
that is rapid.
This is something else. I love it. So one keeper stumps another, which I can tell you always annoys you. Here's a gloveman. Marples refuses a fist bump as he walks off. Stumped for 4. And it's 46 for 4. Riley will be the beneficiary of that great bit of work by Chris Pyle. So look at this. Are we looking at equal record time?
Wow. To think we were saying early night.
You're talking 11 off 14 required now, and we know how the batting can fall away a bit. Having said that, you've got a guy, Dylan Taylor here, who certainly can hold it, but he's been a bit hit and miss sometimes.
Yeah, how many balls does Riley have left this over?
Yeah, he's got 4 to come in the over.
That's really big.
You're thinking, can you get a wicket here?
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
Get one here. It's game on.
Well, Taylor, he has none of it. He just launches it out of the ground. And probably wondering what all the fuss is about. It's Taylor time, baby. Brings up the 50, and normal service resumes here at Europa Point.
It's a shame, really. He's put it in the slot for Taylor. His ideal area to hit the ball, and he's just teed it up. So, could have kept the string going, but I feel that sort of breaks the momentum now.
Or they might just lose 6 for none, like we saw the other night. Let's see what happens. Just 5 for the tie, 6 to win. They can win this with 1 swing in the bat. The way that Taylor's come out, feels like he wants an early beverage.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, maybe field wasn't set. So, I've got to say, it's been such an entertaining night once again.
Can we get a minor miracle. Get this wicket here.
At least a medium-sized miracle, I think.
In for his 4th. Oh, bowled.
Yeah, it was well bowled. And gave himself the chance to take a wicket. Oh, that was pretty tight as well, you know. They'll get through for a single, and that's all.
Bit of pressure on. Bit of a squeeze.
So funny how if they were chasing 100, I bet they'd be, 80 or 90 easily by now.
Well, exactly.
It's just
the
it
difference in
kind of gets in
mindset.
your head.
Well, that's what I was saying with Teo at the start. I mean, you could keep going the same route of just trying to blitz it in 2 overs, and you'd probably find a more positive outcome, really.
Probably. Advani's had a bit of a rough time of it, to say the least. He's 8 off 13 now. Riley, give him some credit. He's had a very good night, hasn't he?
He has.
Teenager.
Yeah. Can't really ask for much more. Caught, bowled well, batted well. Good night.
Advani. Might as well have a swing.
Oh, yeah.
The way things are going. 4 to win. Well, won't get a run. So we'll go to a 9th. They only need to go to the 8th for a point. We go to the 9th.
Well, who's going to bowl it?
And yeah, that's the question.
Is it Rick?
Yeah, got
Big old
Sajan, you
Hatchman.
got Hatchman. I think you'll go with Hatchman. He only went for 4 the first time around.
Then who do you bowl on the last one if
53,
it gets to that?
4. Well, that's a problem that you're hoping you have.
Yeah.
If you can
True.
get through this over and still be alive. It's a bit like the Rock of Gibraltar, that graph, especially
Yeah, it is
the
actually.
Bavaria.
You just think about Bavaria's innings, though. You never know what those extra 10 balls could have done.
Yeah, that's so true. Sajan, I want to pile on the youngster, but yeah, they left 10 balls off the table. He was the last man to go. Got to feel for the number 11, though. Probably not planning to do any batting. Anyway, they do go back to Rick Hatchman in the 9th. Taylor, big swing, flies away, and that will do it. So it is going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Rugby CC, but Bavaria, they stay close enough in each of the games to at least take 2 points out of the evening. That could be important when it's all said and done, but really, Rugby CC, they've made their move here on night 5.
Yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, they're probably hoping for a 4 point out of this game, but they'll take the 3. Bavaria have done well. They've fought all evening. That's what I've been really impressed with, whether it's been with bat or ball. They've fought throughout all 40 overs of their game.
And a look at Bavaria, and they're a team that could definitely make a run. They've got some players in form right now, like Jamie Riley, but they've also got players that are yet to kind of hit their straps. And I'm talking about guys like Gowes, if he can get on the park again, Rick Hatchman, Paddy Hatchman as well, and Pyle, he's been great with the gloves, hasn't really been able to contribute with the bat the way that he's wanted. Boda was a bit of an X factor with the spin tonight, and also, he's very, very capable with the bat as well. They won't have Houghton, though, for the rest of this series. Coming up tomorrow in Cyprus, Royals taking on the Lions in the morning session, then Amdocs versus Black Caps in the afternoon. Join Rico Full from the Ipswich Cricket Ground in Cyprus from 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and it's 12:15 in India. For us, we'll be back here tomorrow night in night number 6. Hey, I've just noticed you're not playing tomorrow night either. Just saying, it's Pirates versus Sloggers. Same time here at the Rock, 5:45 p.m. GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe, and it's 11:15 in India. Highly entertaining. 2 games that we thought were going to be blowouts that ended up being quite interesting, and yeah, once again, Bavaria incentivized to at least keep it close. They get close enough to get a couple of points.
Yeah, it's a similar story, really. I mean, the first game was fight for the bonus point, and then they made a game out of it. It's the same here with the ball. So that's all they've done, really, throughout the evening. They've nabbed a couple of points, and they've just kept fighting until the very end, really. So quite impressive from Bavaria.
Yeah, it didn't look like there were going to be too many issues here with Teo and the team, but the team plays a kind of wandering slog sweep where he comes up with fresh air. Chawla got his wicket well finished by Pyle behind the stumps. And then this one got through Freone, who just looked a little bit out of sorts. Maybe hasn't had too much cricket lately. Tried to pull a ball that was on the stumps. And so Chawla, he certainly bowled well, 2 for 17. That was after Boda went for only 8 in his 2-over spell. Running between the wickets was a little bit comical at times tonight. And yeah, Sawyer, he was probably wishing that he'd thrown it at least to anyone. Meanwhile, Teo looked like he might be able to finish things quickly. We were looking at this kind of 7 overs. Could they do it in 7 overs? With Teo there, you felt the answer was probably yes. But when he held out to Sam Houghton, this game took on a bit of a different feel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just game-changing moments, really. Houghton with that catch, all of a sudden thought we were in the game. Pyle with an amazing stumping, which we'll probably see in a bit. And those are just the moments where you think, you know, game could change all of a sudden.
No doubt about it. This was one that did get away from Jamie Riley, and suddenly they had to fight for every run. I love the quick hands. He's got what I call just really great natural instincts and lightning reflexes.
Yeah.
Then this was out, but it wasn't out, and then some things were wides, but they weren't, but they were kind of, well, let's just say, a fair bit of calisthenics was getting done from the officials. That was the one where it was only out for a fraction of a second, but Pyle was able to get the work done. That's what I love about having the cameras as well. It's probably not given out, benefit of the doubt in another circumstance, but the keeper does get rewarded. Meanwhile, Taylor just kind of had itchy feet, didn't he? Went out there and just slammed one out of the ground. Didn't know what the fuss was about. This one wasn't particularly convincing, but it was good enough. He gets a lot of bat speed on that, finishes the night with a Maximo. Rugby CC. I'll tell you something quite interesting here. They end up winning with 11 balls to spare. So in this game, Bavaria faced 8.2 overs. Rugby only faced 8.1. So the actual run rates were pretty similar. But in the end, those wickets lost by Bavaria came back to bite them, and they go down in match 10. As far as the batting went, well, no one reached 20, but Taloya went close, 19 from him. But he wasn't quite able to get his mojo going. Apart from that, Advani with 8. The team with 9 early in the piece, and then Taylor. He was a bit of a finisher, wasn't he? 13 off 3. Probably lucky that they got Taylor out there when they did, the way things were going. 2 for 17 for Chawla. Boda, I liked his spin. I'd like to see him stick with it. We'll see if he can do that consistently. Sajjan with a wicket, same with Jamie Riley, and Hatchman bowled pretty well. Bit unlucky to be edged away for 6 to finish the evening. And well, they get close, Bavaria, but they won't make that honours board for lowest total defended, 56. All in all, a very, very entertaining night's cricket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both sides who are probably pretty even, you could say. And, you know, game showed, other than maybe this one, the last game was certainly a really good one. Yeah,
it certainly will be. And I think it will be tomorrow as well when we start the day with Cyprus. So 6 games every day at the moment on ECN. Royal CC versus MSN Punjab Lions in the morning. And then Amdocs versus Black Caps. And so Rico 4 will be standing by in the morning. Here tomorrow night, it's into night 6. So literally we're at the halfway point of the group stages. So with 10 matches out of 20, of course we've got the 4-match finals day and night on Sunday. Pirates Sloggers tomorrow night. So yeah, there's going to be a fair bit of entertainment there. Hopefully the weather stays as beautiful as it was tonight. I'll be here to take you through all the action. And who knows, I might be able to get another guest commentator. Really enjoyed having Louis here tonight. Just quickly before we go, if you haven't already, please like this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Every day we creep closer to 400,000 subscribers. Louis, do you subscribe to ECN?
I have, yeah.
Of course you do. I do as well. If you're cool, you do. But tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Also our social media at European Cricket and the website europeancricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. So, Louis, I just want to say big thanks again once again for stepping in. Hopefully you enjoyed your time in the box.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Thanks for having me, Ben.
Yeah, well, I'd love to have you back again at some point. But also, you've got a job to do on the field.
Yeah.
I want to say a big thanks to Spring Media as well for their work. They have been outstanding once again. We even saw Karina doing some fielding. And big warm welcome to Chris Tapps, who has joined the Spring Media team today. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, along with my special guest commentator, Louis Bruce. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks so much for being so interactive and for the really insightful questions they asked you as well, Louis. I really enjoyed learning a bit more about you. That music means we're going to show you the best bits of Night 5, where the unexpected was just around the corner, but it was Rugby CC that takes 6 points out of the possible 8. Bavaria, a couple of consolation points. Maybe that'll be important when it's all said and done. Hope you have a safe evening from everyone here at European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. We'll see you tomorrow for more action. First in Cyprus, then right here at The Rock. We're rocking around the clock as we get into the second half of this ECSN. For now, it's hasta mañana.